Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Just finishing getting things set up. In the meantime, let me know if everything's good. And then we'll do our usual intro and we'll get started. Trying to get the other person in the lobby so we can start off our event. I'm just making sure that everyone else is here. I know you're asking a bit much. So LSD, if you're in the stream, I saw you invited me. What's good? If something's happening, because homie, we're waiting for Fragile Smile at the moment. Trying to find Fragile. Oh yeah. Well, we can give him a few minutes. If he's not here in a few minutes, then we can go run the other match instead. Because that would be Ven plus... I'm trying to remember his name. Frantic Lobster. It is Frantic. You said just starting the first? Alright, bet. I'll go... Wait, what's up? Fragile's here? Alright, cool. Get him in the lobby, we can get started. I'll run an intro and then we can get the tournament going. There he is. Alright. Also, don't forget, it's 4 rounds to win, yeah? Be sure to adjust the round count. It is the 1v1 roulette format. But anyway, since everybody seems to be here, everyone's present and accounted for, welcome back, Titanfall 2 fans. We are here with another 1v1 LTS Roulette format tournament. And this time, for the first time of this year, we're actually coming to the PS4 side of things. On this end of the PS4 spectrum, we haven't hosted a tournament yet. That is until today. We have a bit of a small bracket for you today, and we're going to see what some of the PS4 specific talent, as well as some returning faces, show up to play. In this bracket, a 4-man bracket, we have LSD, Fragile Smile, Frantic Lobster, and Veneno. We've seen LSD and Veneno play time and time again. Veneno and LSD formerly from the PS4 side of the spectrum. Why do I let them know? However, we're going to look at some unique PlayStation talent with Fragile Smile and Frantic Lobster and see what they can bring to the table against these two Titan-sized players of the tournament scene. LSD, of course, needs no introduction. He's a phenomenal player, has won tournaments, He has even top tournaments on, I believe, almost every single platform at this point. Man, the myth, the legend literally does it all. And his opponent, Fragile. Now, I'll be honest. I don't know too much about the PS4 scene since I am not very active in comparison to some of the other members that we have in this bracket. But I am very interested to see what the other two players who are specifically native to PS4 and what they can bring towards people like LSD, people like Veneno of their caliber. Friendly reminder, it is a roulette format tournament. And in this roulette format tournament, it essentially means that in the 1v1, every person must win with 4 different Titans in order to take one game. What that essentially means is that you are allowed to select whatever Titan you want, but if you win it with a Titan in that specific round, you are not allowed to select it for the rest of the game. Meaning that if you open up Ion, as we saw in the previous 1v1 roulette tournament featuring LSD and Vanilla, they like to open up the Ion. If they win the first round with the Ion, they can no longer select Ion for the rest of the game. And that sentiment will stack further and further. Say they win with the Tone next, they can no longer select the Tone. If they win with the Ronin, they can no longer select the Ronin, and so on and so forth as their picks diminish. And they try to find enough Titans to essentially close out their specific games. Of course, I should mention, unlike our Kumite event, where the map was specifically just Boomtown only, this time around, of course, we're allowed to pick and ban maps at our leisure. But during the Kumite event, we saw, or not the Kumite, during the previous 1v1 roulette format tournament that we had, we saw a lot of comfort pick maps, and we're going to see some more of that now. Most of the comfort pick maps we saw were the Colony, we saw the Boomtown. I believe some people also picked the Complex. A lot more common size, fits all 1v1 style maps. I believe it was... Well, we only had a few different people who decided to pick different maps, such as stuff like the Dry Dock. Mainly Dry Dock, and I believe we had a few ACs as well. But regardless, it looks like we're about to get started. Map selection's Colony. We're going to have LSD versus Fragile Smile. Now, if you're a PS4 player and you're in the stream chat, feel free to educate me about who these players are. I would love to know some of their history, and I would love to tell the audience about all the things that all the wonderful things that people have done. Right now, it seems that both players have agreed on a map. Right now, we're running from the match start. I believe LSD is the host. Let's go wait for him to kick it off. This time around, we're going to start spectating the... Okay. We're back in it. Alright. LSD messaged me on PSN, asked me if I was ready. Told him we're ready, and now we're going to get straight into it. Ladies and gentlemen, here begins probably one of the first ever, well, specifically for this year, first ever TPT PS4 event. 1v1 roulette kicks off right now. We're going to Colony first. LSD on one side, Fragile Smile on the other. Now from spectating the previous 1v1 roulette format tournament, on PC specifically, LSD took an early spill, but to be fair, he lost to two phenomenal players. I believe he lost a Lightman and Zeri? Regardless, Lightman got first that tournament, played phenomenally out of his mind. And on the Xbox side, when we had ran the Xbox 1v1 LTS, our friend LSD actually ended up taking that entire thing, despite him having a broken wrist, no less. We're gonna ride Fragile Smile here. Fragile Smile and LSD both locking in the on. Great block from Fragile Smile, but LSD with the double peak. LSD has the Turbo Engine, Fragile Smile with the Overcore, so that means if a fight outright breaks out, it's going to be Fragile Smile that's going to win it more than likely. But LSD playing his ranges really well, using that tripwire to dissuade aggression. And matter of fact, it will be LSD is going to get aggressive. He's going to find a good amount of damage with that tripwire. Fragile Smile getting off for the battery, but LSD not really having the amount of materials necessary to land a punish. LSD gets off for the back, but no, Fragile Smile doesn't find it. Couldn't find the goose, gets a little bit of damage with the splitter rifle. Sidestep back off. Did get a good amount of damage onto LSD's side, and the problem is that I believe LSD is overall winning in the damage and core war, so Fragile Smile is going to have to look to make a play. His laser core is going to be coming up relatively soon. Smile taking a second. I think he's trying to hear out where LSD is. Still holding mid. Sometimes in the 1v1s, this is essentially what it boils down to. Both Titans playing incredibly slow. That's going to be a little bit of shields off from Fragile Smile and a little bit off from LSD. LSD more than happy to take that trade, and LSD is going to have the laser core immediately. Fragile Smile getting laser core, LSD fighting on the top of the hill, and he will reign as the king of the hill for the first round of this PS4 tournament. That is essentially the kit difference between Turbo Engine and Overcore. Overcore allows you to win the outright engagement, but Turbo Engine gives you a lot more positional options. We saw how LSD was able to maneuver and flicker between both aggression and passive play. Fragile Smile not opting to pop the tripwire mid, meaning that he can't just take the outright fight for himself. He's going to be, well, essentially gate-kept out of that first round. Fragile Smile immediately locking in the Ronin. Okay, LSD and Vanilla, they seem to have a strategy for this type of format where they like to lock in the Atlases first. I say that as LSD has come into the tone. Fragile Smile, with the matchup advantage, is going to see what kind of damage up he can put on LSD's tone. Lock on already used. Doesn't find the mark. Means Fragile Smile is going to have a lot of free reign aggression on the LSD. Phrases early though. And due to that, he's going to be missing a vital cooldown to attack LSD's tone. LSD smartly with the splash damage, going to get a lock on. Fragile Smile unable to find the aggression on the LSD's tone, and he's slowly getting chipped down. However, LSD is running out of 40 mil ammo. This next phase could be huge. Oh, unfortunately, Full Dark Wave dropped. Particle Wall also dropped. Fragile Smile already do. LSD coming in with the punch. He'll win the matchup, and he's going to take himself another round. Tone be running be damned. LSD on top 2-0. Fragile tried his best, but unfortunately not able to find the aggression. Even if Fragile had decided to all in, LSD had plenty of movement options available to himself with a double dash tone.
We can still win this thing.
Fragile Smile dropped both the arc waves immediately. Oh, I believe LSD may have accidentally selected a specific Titan that he had already won with, or that maybe got an ion bug. So we're going to draw that round and we're going to move on. But anyway, as I was saying, LSD specifically, even if he had gone all in there, he still had all of his movement options. Seems that we're going to reset rounds 2 back to the previous state because, of course, halftime happens a little later due to the fact that it is the roulette format. Alright, cool. I got added on Discord so that they can tell me if I have to switch. And we'll go right back in. For those of you wondering what the ion bug is that sometimes at the Titan selection screen, if you're either navigating a menu, or sometimes it randomly just happens where essentially the Titan selection screen gets locked, and you are only locked into picking ion. This bug is common on console specifically. On PC, there is a hotfix. Thankfully, you can use a different input system, aka like a mouse and keyboard versus a controller. And either that, or I believe the keyboard itself just straight up fixes it. But sometimes you just get stuck, and well, you can only select Ion. Right now, we're going to move on. Fragile Smile already stuck in the tone, opting to move up here towards this mid area, and he's going to come face to face with LSD's Monarch. This is another matchup where Fragile does have the matchup advantage. He's reloaded. He's trying to get behind cover. LSD obviously is chasing down. Fragile Smile needs to commit and take a fight. This is the tracking rocket barrage for sure, though. He's taking a very ill-advised reload in front of this Monarch, but he's going to have full ammo. He can be aggressive if he wants to, and here it comes. LSD opting for the remarm, opts for the double dash. Fragile Smile decides to dash into him. The problem is that he doesn't have overguard. He's going to splash over himself, and LSD is going to take another round, kicking down the tone. Fragile doing his best, but I think he's kind of unsure on when or what he wants to do. Fragile kind of crumbling under the aggression that LSD presents in that specific round. It seems that LSD kind of right now is just essentially setting the entire pace of the match. Fragile needs to find confidence in himself. He needs to fight back soon. Right now, currently, while it says 1-0, the round score is currently 3-0 for LSD. LSD needs to find one more pick for himself. Fragile gonna inject so that way we can actually switch sides. If you're just tuning in, this is still the first match of the PS4 1v1 LTS Roulette tournament. We are still on game 1. We're going to have Fragile eject one more time, so the round count is correct, and we will have swapped sides for halftime.
We're really taking a beating. Let's turn this around.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. We've reached the halftime marker. Sides will swap. Different Titans will get different positionings. And despite what the round count says, currently it is 3-0 LSD's favor. If LSD wins this next round, game 1 is over. So Fragile Smile is going to need to dig deep. Otherwise, he's going to let his first game of this tournament slip away. Fragile Smile spawns in with the Monarch. I believe we saw that he had the Overcore. We're going to stick over here on this side. We're going to run into LSD's North Star. North Star is still the pick from LSD. And Fragile Smile decided to switch it up. He has the Turbo Engine. Meaning that Monarch, if she can find North Star out of position early, she will be able to just hard W key like this and straight up take the fight to her. Fragile Smile going to take the rearm. He's going to start taking the heads-up fight against LSD. LSD not really much places to go. Fragile Smile stopped the aggression though, so then Railgun is going to be charged. Unfortunately, got tethered. Dash shot from LSD is good. Fragile Smile is going to do a lot more damage, however, here. Life bars are about even. LSD has been landing shot after shot, however. Fragile Smile has not been evading that well. He's been landing damage, but hasn't been able to get away from the Railgun itself. And again, Fragile Smile stopping the aggression, but he dodges that one. LSD already less than a bar. LSD being aggressive, trying to find the Doom with these uncharged shots. Actually, no, trying to find the flank core. Rocket salvo is good! Fragile Smile already being in the fight back, taking a round for himself. LSD tried to find the flight core, but missed one too many railgun shots for it. And that's going to give Fragile Smile a fighting chance in this first game. Again, despite what the score says, currently it is 3-1 LSD. LSD still needs one more round. He wins this next round with whatever Titan he chooses. Fragile Smile will lost game 1. But Fragile Smile is starting to come back. It is not over yet. Fragile Smile locking in the tone. This time, LSD still kicking with the North Star. Going to be a very difficult fight for Fragile Smile this time. Tone v North Star is typically not the best matchup for Tone. You know, we see it there. Unfortunately, Fragile Smile opted to drop the particle wall after the railgun, meaning that he's not going to have that to defend himself. LSD more than likely going to take a peek shot at mid, and there it is, already doing another good chunk of Tone's health. Tone really low on shields, however, and she already dropped her particle wall, meaning that she's not going to have that to defend herself. LSD could look for a cheeky railgun shot of his choosing, as particle wall is down. Fragile Smile understood where he was, but understood where he was a little too late. Hover is incoming. Great block on the railgun. The problem is, however, is that Fragile Smile more likely actually going to punch that dash. No, LSD with the good moves. At this point, is that North Star is so close to core, and she's going to find the flight core. Tone is going to have nowhere to go. Flight core rains down from the top of the colony tower, and that's going to be the end of game one. LSD takes it over Fragile Smile, shutting down any hope of a comeback. And he'll sit comfortably with a 1-0 set score lead. Right now, both players are going to take a second and they're going to debate what map they want to go to. Fragile Smile is going to have the map pick this time. Maybe he can find something a bit more comfortable for himself. We saw how LSD's just been essentially just setting the pace of this 1v1. Fragile Smile, unsure whether or not he wants to be aggressive or he wants to be passive at times, but we can see the idea starting to form in his head. He's not out of this by any means. He's off against some tough competition, but we saw the one round with the Monarch versus the North Star, how if LSD slips up enough, Fragile Smile can do it. But he's only going to get at least one more chance, unless of course he wins this game. And this time we're going to AC. The thing I do love about this specific style of format is that it's a real test of how many Titans can you play on various maps. Most of the time nowadays, some platforms have specific maps they prefer to 1v1 on. In the past for Xbox, we've seen Boomtown being the preferred map for 1v1s, and it's still like that to this day. For PS4, to my knowledge, a lot of 1v1s sometimes take place on Complex.
Pilot control initiated. Seek out targets and destroy them.
Speaking of old favorites, another old favorite of Xbox's was Angel City. Angel City falling out of favor for the Boomtown nowadays, but something that we can still see right now. LSD is going to take the Ion again, as I've stated before. LSD and Veneno seem to have a strategy that they like to run for this specific style of event. LSD is going to take the laser shot in mid. He's going to find LSD. He's going to find Fragile Smile's Monarch. Going to take a little bit of help off. Monarch v Ion is the matchup. Fragile Smile immediately just taking the mid fight, which I think is overall good for him because Ion is already almost out of energy. Monarch can just slowly but surely chip with the railgun. Fragile Smile trying to find damage where he can, but unfortunately he's losing the trade overall. Good bullet damage so far. LSD is just going to go straight for the pull. Fragile Smile with the punish, and this is overall not bad for Monarch because Monarch can siphon the shields if she can find it. Siphon unfortunately doesn't land. LSD playing aggressive, trying to get the doom on a Fragile Smile. Fragile Smile smartly back away from Triple X, but the great crouch dash from LSD will find the kill and steal him a first round. For those of you who don't know, a little bit of Titan movement tech for you. If you dash off of ledges and crouch, you will slide slightly further than if you didn't. LSD showing that he stands on business. Moving out a nice crouch dash to chase the Monarch. And he'll find the punch. 1-0 for LSD on Angel City. He's going to lock in the tone now, as I've stated before. That Veneno and LSD seem to have a strategy they like to run. LSD could look for this potential field battery, but instead he's just going to keep fighting. Man, Fragile Smile still stuck in a bit of an awkward spot as he is currently fast approaching towards LSD's location. However, he opted to go towards the left. LSD opted to take the center. Now Fragile Smile's in a bit of an awkward spot, eating all this 40 mil damage. I like this strategy from LSD to just keep punishing with the 40 mil. Fragile Smile, unfortunately, taking a hard aggressive turn mid. He's already down so much health. Gonna get doomed. LSD doesn't even look for the punch, looks for the tracking rockets. Fragile Smile unable to avoid it, and that's gonna be quick 2 rounds for LSD. Again, we've seen a similar story to game 1. LSD just being the veteran here, setting the pace of the match. No matter what Titan he picks, Fragile Smile trying his best to figure out a strategy between aggression and passive play. Has selected the Monarch twice now, so we're gonna see if he opts to run it back a third time.
We're winning big time. Good move,
LSD's Atlases will be out of the picture, and we're gonna see what he opts to select for himself, and it's gonna be the Monarch of his own. Fragile Smile has been hard committing to this mid push. He's gonna commit to it one more time. Fragile Smile's gonna lightly win that health trade because he took the Siphon. Never mind, he's actually just going to hard push mid with the Monarch. Not going to opt the Siphon again. LSD smart. He knows that whoever Siphons second will eventually win the trade. Fragile Smile's hard aggressive on the LSD. However, the double Siphon is good. Unfortunately, Fragile Smile's out of punch. But now he has the arc rounds. If he can find more damage with this, he can potentially win the round. However, LSD is going to pop the arc rounds back. And he does get the punch. LSD barely just getting duped. Had Fragile Smile thrown the punch sooner to defend himself, he could have potentially won that round, but it's going to be LSD coming in with the Monarch Mirror victory. One more round for LSD, and that will be the end of our first set. Fragile Smile needs to find another comeback, but he's having a hard time just finding his ground. Now we're going to find out what does LSD select for his last Titan. He still has the Striders available. He has the Scorch. He has a Legion. He essentially has a kitchen sink still to throw at Fragile Smile. And it will be the Ronin. On Colony specifically, we saw him select the North Star, but instead, with how Fragile Smile's been playing, very aggressively. He has opted to select the Ronin for himself. Great dodge in the Siphon. That's going to deny Fragile Smile some shields. And Fragile Smile, interestingly enough, opted to just play very aggressive into the Ronin. LSD's going to pull this battery because Fragile Smile's a little too far away. Fragile Smile is going to get small punisher, but not too far, not too well aware of it. Great Siphon is going to take off most of those shields. Matter of fact, it's going to take all of the shields. Fragile Smile playing this great area phenomenally. Going to deny their arc wave. Fragile Smile doing a great job against LSD's Ronin. However, here comes the third core. Great dash over the wall. Gonna buy himself a little bit more time. LSD trying to see if he can find the punch. Ooh, great bait on the melee. Arc wave phase. Melee combo is good. Nice footsie game from LSD, showing why he's one of the best for sure there. Gonna absolutely break Fragile Smile's ankles with that one. And that's gonna be the end of AC. Despite the strong start with the Monarch, LSD will seize victory. So now we're going to move on to our next set. On the other side of the bracket, we're going to have Frantic Lobster versus Veneno. And we're going to go straight there immediately. The good news with today's bracket is that we have a bit of a smaller bracket today, so we will be getting all the matches streamed. And we're not going to have any breaks. We're going to keep going as fast as possible. This time around, we're gonna have Frantic Lobster versus Veneno. Veneno, of course, another phenomenal player, similar to both LSD. Both hailing from specifically the PlayStation platform, but Veneno and LSD have both made a ton of different appearances on the Xbox related platform. LSD also showing up on PC. These two players have had a long time standing of playing their home turf, that being the PS4. Another side, we're going to have someone who I haven't seen before. We're going to have Frantic Lobster stepping up to the bat. Frantic going to be the underdog here, but we're going to see if he can succeed where I believe it was Fragile Smile had failed. Fragile Smile's not out of the tournament yet, though. He's going to sit in the loser side of the bracket. And with this specific set, we're going to find out who joins him. As we're getting ready for our second set of the day, both players debating what map they would like to attempt to duel on. Friendly reminder for those of you who don't know, again, just to say, it is a roulette format, meaning that it's not just a test of can you win the 1v1, it's a test of how many Titans can you play in the 1v1. Of course, any Titan pick that you win with, you are not allowed to select for the rest of the game. So it's a real test of technical skill and Titan knowledge. You don't necessarily know what matchup you're going to go up against when fighting the other player. But, again, we've seen a lot of strategies develop from the 3 different roulette 1v1 formats that we've had. A lot of players favor picking the Ion early, which I think is very interesting because Ion's overall 1v1 matchup spread is not the greatest. But people have opted to select it early. We've seen Legions come out at variable points of the game where Legion either doesn't have to deal with the Atlases anymore, or alternatively Legion just comes out in assumption of potentially a Ronin counter pick or potentially a specific matchup that he would like to endure. And interestingly enough, we are going to Eden. Why have come out? Oh, in this case, we're on PS4. I should correct myself. The triangles have come out. People signifying that they are ready to go. And we have locked in Eden. Eden, not really one of the more popular maps from the LTS side of things. People, generally speaking, don't really particularly like this map for its long-range sightlines, the more complex battery control that this map provides. And now we're going to see it here in the 1v1 format. I'm not 100% sure if we've seen Eden at all, if not that much, throughout the last year of LTS competition. But we're going to see it now, as we're going to start with set 2. Frantic Lobster going up against Veneno. The winner of this will solidify their placement in the top 3 for this PS4 event.
It is good to have you back.
And they will go up against LSD in the winners finals. So we can either see a classic of LSD versus Veneno, or does Frantic Lobster want to create an upset? Here we are, round 1 on Eden. We're gonna lock in and see what Frantic Lobster has to pick. He has also selected the Ion, so this is gonna be another Ion Mirror. Has a Turbo Engine for himself as well. Turbo Engine has been the selection between most of the players in this bracket, outside of Fragile Smile. Frantic Lobster getting up for mid battery. Nice crouch, disembarking well. Gonna save himself a little time with that. Veneno seems to have pulled the right one. Frantic Lobster rotating to the right, but that left battery is the one that's available. Great laser shot from Ven, gonna get himself a little bit of shield damage. Might look for another cheeky laser shot pick too soon. However, isn't gonna find Frantic, trying to see if he can find the goose. Not gonna be able to. He should have opted to go punish the Titan instead, but now he tried to do both and isn't gonna get either. Frantic Lobster now at a huge deficit because Veneno has a ton of core as well as the tripwire advantage, meaning that Ven's gonna play very aggressively into him. Great dodge from Frantic Lobster. The problem is that Ven is starting essentially with an overcore over Frantic Lobster's turbo engine. Great laser shot timing from Ven. However, the tripwire damage is going to add up. Veneno already with the laser core. Laser core inbound. Frantic Lobster, what kind of moves do you got? Great shoots for Frantic Lobster, honestly. And he might find the turnaround here. Veneno, do you be able to do it? And he'll do it with just a pixel. Oh my goodness. What an absolute close 1v1 we had there. Veneno able to clutch it out with just a pixel of his life remaining. The laser core almost did it. Great movement coming out from Mr. Frantic Lobster. Frantic Lobster barely didn't survive Veneno's onslaught of offensive abilities combined with the laser core. But despite the huge advantage that Ven started out with, Frantic Lobster, not going to be able to find that round. Frantic will find this battery. Ven will find another pull of his own. Frantic going in towards Veneno, as now he finds himself face to face with the Tone. Doesn't have to dump the tripwires into E-Smoke, so that's going to be some damage on the table, but actually will find it anyway. Veneno trying his best to punch, melee canceling the rockets so he can mind game against his Ion. Frantic not able to catch the rockets all the way, but does do a good amount to the Tone. Veneno again finding these battery pulls. This is kind of a theme with the 1v1, is that Veneno has been able to scout battery after battery over Frantic. Frantic, despite this, has played mechanically well, but however, you have to out-juke a salvo core. Definitely going to get to do one out of here with the tracking rockets combined. Frantic playing aggressive, throwing the laser core out, but Veneno's just going to juke for sure. Nice laser shot from Frantic, but the problem is that the tracking rockets are raining in. Veneno tried to find the curve, but couldn't find it. He doesn't look for the punch, doesn't opt to punch, opts to just 40 mil him down. Veneno up 2-0 round count wise. Despite how well Frantic is playing mechanically, he's getting out-positioned in this 1v1 format. This is the thing that's interesting about bringing your opponent to different maps. You can put them in a lot of uncomfortable situations. Frantic has shown that he can heads-up fight versus Ven, but Ven is playing a lot more of a slider game, able to find multiple batteries in the 1v1s, and because of that, he's able to essentially kite Frantic in the ways that he wants. Frantic going to look for this other battery, but he's going to come face-to-face with Ven's Ronin. Ven opted to use the Arc Wave and a bunch of shotgun shots. Going to get free damage early. Frantic, what kind of Ronin do you got in store for me? Arc Wave does land, plus some E-Smoke damage, so that's already a huge win from him. Ven opting to stand in more E-Smoke damage. Frantic, we can see that Frantic is trying his best to utilize crouch check, but I don't think he's a practice Ronin. Does get it there though, however. Misses the phase. Melees come out from both Ronins. Great shotgun timing from Frantic. Frantic overall actually beating Ven in the Ronin 1v1. Does get out for the battery, but however, I don't think he has stim, so he's going to get punished for sure. All 4 shotgun shots are going to land. Unfortunately, Ven not able to find the Doom. Now Frantic has a huge advantage. He's going to play very aggressively. Stole the hardware roller, which is very ill-advised. Can't find the damage. Veneno with the sword core already down to 1 hit. Veneno's going to go straight for the swing, and Frantic's not able to defend himself. He's going to get put down. Again, Frantic, another round where he unfortunately doesn't finish it out.
Halftime.
Frantic did a very ill-advised battery pull. Opted to just pull straight up in front of Ven. I don't believe he has stim on. And because of his use because of him deciding not to use stim, doesn't pull the battery immediately, and then just happily walks around the corner and makes him eat completely unblocked shotgun pellets, able to build sword core over him, completely diminishing the life lead. Frantic also opted to hold an arc whip in front of Ven as well. Because of that, he's gonna fall down. Frantic gonna lock in the North Star now. North Star Mirror is now what is going on. Great shot from Frantic early, already taking a great life lead over Ven, but the North Star Mirror, one crit can decide the entire game. Frantic starting out in the middle of the lane, that means he's gonna get shot for sure. And speaking of crits, I believe that was one right there. Ven with another shot. He's gonna start playing hyper aggressively now, as Frantic is already less than a bar. One more shot will steal the Geo. Frantic not with the cluster on the battery early, meaning that Ven will get it. And now Ven is in a huge life advantage to destroy this game. Doesn't find that shot. Hover shot coming out. Great. I believe he crouched hover strafe. Great job from Frantic to keep staying into this game. But the problem is that he's going to have to land at least 3 more railgun shots if he wants to even it up. And all Ven needs to do is land at least 2 to end it. Frantic doesn't have a dash. Great movement, however, is going to find him into the mid positioning. Is he going to pull this battery? He is. Has cloak, however, as I stated before, because he has cloak and not stim, he's going to be very slow to his batteries, and because of that, he might get doomed. Ven doesn't pull the trigger on it. Can't find the doom on a Frantic Lobster. Frantic might look for another battery here. As a matter of fact, he will. Ven should be in position to contest this, and he will get the shot, but Frantic will survive. Ven has Flight Core, but now it's at a point where if one North Star hovers, the other North Star will die. Flight Core for Flight Core is the call. Trade incoming. Frantic trying his best to lead the Flight Core towards Ven. Despite that, not to be able to find it. Frantic unfortunately misses that shot. Ven circling around for another shot, but he's going to get doomed. Doom for doom between these two North Stars. Frantic needs to be careful. He's down to one more shot. If this shot doesn't kill Ven, he will have a tough time. And he won't. It'll miss it. Ven will circle around twice, and he'll get the kill. 4-0 lead for Veneno. And that will be the end of our first game. Veneno over Frantic Lobster. However, this time around, Frantic Lobster will have the map pick for himself. And that 1v1, specifically, we keep seeing how Frantic Lobster keeps getting these batteries just essentially stolen from him. The battery control needs to be on point, especially in a 1v1 format. Getting out and getting a battery is a huge risk, and it can get you punished if you're not careful. We saw how the one round where Frantic Lobster was winning with the Ronin opts to do a bad pull. Again, opts to use the cloak and not the stem. Cloak being a lot more of a popular LTS choice, especially in the team play format, to help save yourself from getting goosed. But in a 1v1, you're not really going to take an eject. So that's going to slow down your bat pull timings, and that might lead you to getting punished. If not, maybe goosed anyways, depending on what Titan you're facing. If not, then your Titan will instead suffer heavy damage and might just swing the fight in your favor, as we saw with the Ronin round. The other things we've noticed too is that, again, Ven is very good about kiting Frantic where he wants him to go. Frantic, even with the double battery pull on the Eden in the North Star Mirror, wasn't able to find it due to the fact of how much life he lost outright. He decided to stand out in the open against Veneno in the lane, which, if you're a North Star player, you know that's an easy dash shot. I'm to not hang out by cover, meaning that he effectively lost half his health in one go. But we're going to see what kind of adjustments Frantic can make, because he's not out of the tournament yet. Despite what the score said, a lot of the rounds were very close. And we're going to continue. We have another round of a good old classic, Boomtown. Right now, to remind everybody, the current set score is 1-0 for Veneno.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
But we're going to see again. Can Frantic make the upset? Boomtown, an easier map to control the batteries on, since all you really need to do is get mid control. Veneno locking in the Monarch first this time. And he's going to go up towards this middle area. Opting to take mid. Decides to pull. Nice stim pull. Going to get himself a battery early. I'm not sure what Frantic is locked in. It's going to be the Ion. Tries to find the Goose. Unable to find it. Veneno going to hard dash all the way up mid. Trying to see if he can find the Siphon. Doesn't find the Siphon on a Frantic Lobster. Veneno already down half his shields and used the rearm. So that means that he's not going to have another Siphon available. I don't think Frantic Lobster actually knows that. Frantic Lobster opting to play towards his grandma's side. Siphon comes out. Dash laser shot come out from Frantic. Doesn't find it. One Siphon is good. And that's going to be half of Ion's energy and half of her shields. Veneno has now earned the ability to play a lead. Because the thing with a nice laser shot coming out from Frantic. But the problem is that Monarch is eventually going to land this other Siphon unless Frantic plays really well. Frantic doing his best to get the shields off the Monarch. Veneno understanding now that he might need to start playing aggressively. Tries to look for the dash Siphon. Great block from Frantic. Frantic playing really well on this Ion, all things considered. Frantic dashing up, crouched with the Vortex shield to make it even more annoying to try to land damage. Very nice plays coming out from Frantic. Matter of fact, he'll get a laser shot too as well. Veneno try to pop the tripwire. But that tripwire is more than likely already off of cooldown. Veneno waiting. Going for the dash Siphon. Does find it. Now he can start looking for the fight versus Frantic Lobster. Frantic Lobster uses the laser shot, so that's already going to be half his energy. That's going to be most of it too. But Frantic Lobster with a phenomenal reflex into a laser core. Ven will juke under, but he'll juke into tripwires. I like that strategy from Frantic. Frantic opts to just hold top mid, get his energy back, and play more neutral. The problem is that Monarch is coming very close to core 1, but that's not going to matter because the tripwires are going to pop. They're going to get Ven doomed. Ven with a phenomenal punch. Frantic Lobster playing very patient. Optin just slowly but surely will Ven down instead of just hard chasing him. Frantic Lobster with a phenomenal position. Ven tried to time the reflect so he could get some shields back. Tries to look aggressively and does get the Siphon that time. Frantic playing very passively. That tripwire, surprisingly enough, doesn't hit Veneno. Veneno will continue to live. Frantic Lobster's going to wait around this corner, see where Ven is. Gonna keep holding Vortex, keep holding the reflect, keep being annoying with tripwires. He's trying to keep his health advantage, and Frantic Lobster wants nothing to do with this Monarch. Frantic Lobster opts to turn around. Great laser shot. Veneno now 1 HP in a dream, but now instead of being 1 HP, he's got himself a bar of shield. Frantic trying to get away from Ven. Ven opted to disembark and come at him with the MGL. Great Vortex hold coming out from Frantic Lobster, opting to just mitigate damage. He's trying his best to not get doomed by Veneno. The punch is good, and Frantic Lobster, through absolutely phenomenal patient play, will win against Veneno's Monarch.
Transferring systems to manual operation.
It's like I've been saying. Lobster's 1v1s, when it comes to engagements, has been really solid overall. It's just the battery control and the way Eden plays is that was not specifically favored for him. So maybe we're going to see a different story now that we're locked in on a Boomtown. And now that Frantic has won with the Ion, where does he go next? Veneno now locking in the Ion for himself. He's going to pull this battery again. He will. Has to be careful because there is no gentleman's rules here. He can get Goose for doing this if he wants to, or maybe punished. But regardless, Tone v Ion is the matchup. Frantic going to peek out into the Ion. Is going to lose most of his shields. Veneno waiting for an opportunity to throw another laser shot when the wall is down. Great job for Frantic Lobster. Opting to just get down immediately. Now trying to see if we can find the laser shot on the head glitch. But doesn't seem like Frantic Lobster is there. Frantic opts to peek with the particle wall. Sonar comes out. Veneno, understanding his shield advantage, has to respect particle wall, but Frantic is already not hanging out there. Tries to find a dash. Laser shot peek, couldn't find it. The good news for Ion, however, is that Ion has all of her stuff available. Great block from Frantic Lobster. That's going to be particle wall down, however, so Ven can look for some aggression as we know he likes to do. Unfortunately, Ven doesn't find a second laser shot and gets punished by tracking rockets as well. A huge life swing away from Ven despite his early start. Nano, understanding the bat is already up, is going to pull himself another one. Frantic Lobster is a little late for his bat. Nano get a slight punish. And that's going to be a decent amount of health gone from Frantic. Great punch from Ben. Tries to find more aggression onto the tone. Tracking rockets are good. Frantic Lobster has a salvo core. Salvo core incoming. What does your salvo curve look like? Can you find the damage on Veneno? No, he doesn't. He does an incorrect curve. Unfortunately, because of that, Veneno's going to live with essentially full health. Matter of fact, both these Titans are surprisingly full health. Arc Grenade coming up from Ben. Matter of fact, accidentally Arc Grenades himself. Tried to be annoying towards Frantic. Trying to find this laser shot peek through the window. Couldn't find it. Tracking rockets are locked on. And now Ven's going to look for an all-in aggression because the Tone doesn't have a means to defend herself anymore. Tried to throw the rockets at him while he still had the Vortex Shield. Great juke from Frantic as well on the core of the other side. Frantic shouldn't look to take a risk here. Opt to just punch the Ion. Maybe he can build another core depending on what kind of kit he's running. But that rocket reflex should do him in. Frantic with no damages. Great job with the tracking rockets, but it's not going to be enough. Veneno is going to even up the round count. One on the Boomtown.
Systems transferred to pilot.
Veneno this time gonna lock in the Tone for himself. He saw victory with the On, now let's see if he can find victory with the Tone. Again, what an absolute wild 1v1 we had in the previous round. Both Atlases using their core, both finding very minimal damage with it, but it will be Ven who wins the matchup at the end of the day. Ven now on the Tone, gonna come face to face with a Legion. This is gonna be a very uphill battle for Frantic Lobster. On the Xbox side of things, we've seen people take the SWPC kit, but we're going to see what the PS4 player has in store for us. A great long-range power shot early. Ben does find the lock-on, but he eats a lot of damage for it. Matter of fact, he was thinking about aggressing onto that Legion straight up with no particle wall. I like this position that Frantic's holding. Tries to find a little bit of damage, finds a tiny bit of splash with the power shot, but Frantic's actually face-to-face versus Ven, but he's going to melt that gun shield. Particle wall is down. I like the decision for Frantic to back off. Maybe he can find Ven aggressing forward. Understands the particle wall is down. Ooh, unfortunately Ven didn't get around the corner. Ven tried to find a return shot for the lock-on, and he's going to eat himself a power shot. Judging by the damage, I believe that is hidden compartment. Frantic Lobster with more of the usual Legion selection for the kit. Power shot, unfortunately not able to find the mark that time. Frantic Lobster is going to get out in front of Ven. Again, we've seen how this worked out a bunch of times. The problem with this matchup in particular is that if Tone builds core, it's a really bad time for Legion. Ven, unfortunately, not able to block that other power shot. Frantic Lobster has been finding a lot of mileage with power shot after power shot, and he's going to find another one as well. Salvo core comes out, and Salvo core is in the air. Frantic Lobster is in the middle of the smart core. Ven has to be very careful. Frantic Lobster doesn't get doomed yet. Ven out of ammo. Can he find the power shot? Tracking rockets inbound. Can you dodge Frantic? Frantic will live barely. Ven's gonna come in with the MGL as he understands Legion's reloading, and he has the gun shield out. Great block from Frantic Lobster. Veneno still trying to kill him with the pilot. Arc grenade incoming. Frantic Lobster getting all in by the pilot. Frantic Lobster not in position to shoot back. Ven is committed to this all in. Frantic Lobster, great block. He's still alive. I don't know how. Ven has one chance in a dream. He's going to weigh up this gun shield, and Frantic Lobster needs to guess a side on the power shot. Frantic Lobster, unfortunately, couldn't find it. And with that, I believe he may have power shot bugged himself, meaning that he's probably going to have to lock in the Legion for another round if he wants that to be fixed. So I thought the alternative is that we can draw the round if he wants to select a different Titan. For those of you that don't know about what the power shot bug is, if Legion doesn't finish the power shot animation, most commonly it happens when either a round preemptively ends or if the Legion dies. He will not be allowed to disembark until the animation is finished. The only way you can finish the animation is by picking Legion again and finishing the power shot animation yourself. So we're going to hope that Frantic Lobster knows that, because we can draw the round so he can actually disembark with a different Titan of his choice. But it's leaving Nano right now, locking in the Ronin, aggressing hard up mid. And it will still be the Legion. Veneno going to go up against Frantic Lobster's Legion. Veneno, oh, he gets a horrible disembark. Power shot is going to come through. Another power shot is going to come through. Veneno already below half. And despite that trade early, Veneno's going to get himself another battery. But the problem is that Frantic Lobster's already right here, ready to land the damage. Arcwave lands, but Frantic Lobster already in position to punish Ven for his aggression. Ven missing all the shotgun shots, unable to find a return aggression. Smoke Core activated, Storm Core activated as well. Veneno understanding he doesn't have the health to take this kind of trade. Try to find the Arcwave out of the building, but the Arcwave is not available for him. Goes on Arcwave. Frantic opts to hang out below, which I'm not sure if I like this decision. This might give Veneno an opportunity to get back into the game despite the health advantage. Ooh, Frantic tried to find a nice dash power shot. Unfortunately, barely able to not get it. Veneno tried to go in when the gunshot was available. Is going to get doomed for his troubles. Frantic likely not taking a reload. Instead, will hold his position. Ven doing a ton of damage with the lead wall. Has to find one more spread, but isn't going to be able to find it. Frantic will come down, and he will drop the hammer, putting Ven out of his misery. And Frantic even on up Boomtown. Ven tried to find an opportunity to get the battery, but gets a bad disembark, ends up getting stuck. Frantic is going to be happy to take the free punish. Ven decides to make another greedy decision right after that, and because of his greed, he will get punished again. And judging by the kit choice, I believe Frantic may have the turbo engine, judging by how fast he was able to get to the other side towards Grandma. Veneno's still going to lock in the Legion. On the other side, I believe 2 of Frantic picks are out. Veneno gets the battery as the Ronin. Frantic is still looking to pull with whatever he is currently running. Does get back in, however. We hear the embark noise. Judging by the sound effects, I believe 2 Striders are in play. And it's going to be the Ronin Mirror. Ven trying to use a shotgun shot early. Unfortunately, not able to find any of the damage. He's going to need an Arcwave for it. There was an Arcwave to the win, however. Great play from Frantic coming around from that side instead of coming out the usual way to get mid. Does find a bit more damage on the Ven. Frantic playing very patient now. Despite how Frantic has been missing the crouch check with the Ronin, we can see that he knows how to play the Titan. Great block. Great block again. Ven will take his damage and reset, however, as Veneno now the one being opting to play passive. Arcwave is good. The problem is that Frantic is now low on ammo. He's low on cooldowns as well. Ven can look for aggression now. Melee coming up for sure. Frantic tried to defend himself. Very good awareness overall. Unfortunately, Ven uses that one specific area to switch out Frantic's Arcwave. That's going to deny a ton of core. 4 for cool comes out. Now Frantic has to be the one on the aggression. Frantic does get the melee. Ven opts to reset with the phase. Ven tries to end Frantic. And Manfred, both sides are hard scheming for each other. Problem is, Frantic's the one who's at a pixel. And Frantic might get the doom, but Ven will get the round. And that's going to be 3-2 for Veneno. Veneno, all he needs now is one more round, and he will win this set. Advancing on a winners finals to take on LSD.
Keep pushing, pilot. We're barely ahead.
And he's gonna lock in the Monarch for his potential final selection. I believe right around he tried the Monarch against Frantic's Ion. Couldn't find success there, but this time he's going to see if he can find success with it against any other one of Frantic's picks. Frantic taking a little bit of a longer route to get back into his side. Veneno's going to happily walk up mid and see what he can find. And he's going to find a North Star. Hello! Monarch is already advanced up mid, meaning that Veneno can hard aggress onto the North Star, but despite getting the shields, has opted to reset instead. Now, the good news for Frantic is that Frantic didn't die, despite how close he's hanging out, and with how close he's hanging out, Ven will happily full aggress onto the North Star. However, North Star is slowly but surely building flight core. If she can find 2 more good shots, she will get the flight core online. Can't find that shot, needs 1 more, does find it, flight core comes out. Veneno needs to deal damage back, flight core damage is building up. Can he find the damage? Oh my god, he survives! And Frantic will come down from the heavens! Punch Veneno. Veneno wasn't ready for it, opts to not defend himself. And Frantic will even up the set. 3-3 in our second game. Again, as I stated before, despite how Ven had the jump on Frantic, he didn't finish the job. Usually with Monarch versus North Star, it's either Monarch kills North Star in the first minute, or alternatively, North Star kills Monarch in 3 minutes. Instead, we saw a bit of a straight-up engagement. Both players unwilling to yield their ground. But Ven not aggressing early, that's going to cost him that round. And now, Frantic has a way back into the set. All he needs is 1 more round for himself. Veneno still stalking in the Monarch, meaning that Frantic will have access to whatever pick he wants. Veneno opting to run up mid, and Frantic will unfortunately lock in the Ronin. Frantic's going to need to be able to make a huge comeback versus Ven. Ven getting the shields early and getting the health advantage. Frantic now down a lot of advantage overall. Veneno spends the ammo, but Frantic didn't opt to push. This is going to be a very difficult situation for him. He has 2 options. Either he waits for a battery and tries to build that sword core, or alternatively he has to hard push Ven at some point, who has all his abilities and mobility off of cooldown. Frantic tried to all in, doesn't find either of the arc waves. That's a huge loss already, as well as his phase being down. Frantic now is going to have to walk through this bullet hail that is Monarch, and Veneno is going to successfully kite him around, similar to the Eden situation. Frantic going to look for the arc wave, does find one, but the double siphon is phenomenal. Frantic might look to pull here. Instead, wisely decides against it. Arc wave is good. The problem is that Frantic is running out of life here. Great combo damage from Ven, and Ven is still relatively healthy and full health. Frantic holding all of this sword block time, but the problem is that Monarch had no bullets, and he wasn't aware of it. He lands 4 shotgun shots, but Monarch has so much health. Frantic is going to be doomed right about now. Frantic gets the sword core pop. Can't get ripped from this angle, but if Ven needs to do is just land damage, and he will find it with the rocket salvo. Veneno taking the set over Frantic. Frantic falls down, Veneno goes up. Winners finals, Ven goes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go straight towards our winners finals. In the winners finals, we have a classic. We're going to have LSD versus Veneno. We've seen this matchup time and time again. And now this time they're going to duke it out on their home turf. Frantic did his best versus Veneno, and it came close, but wasn't able to cut it with the Ronin. Despite that, I think Frantic played very well in that Boomtown game, able to land a lot of different punishes, and catching Veneno being very greedy with not just his abilities, but with his positioning at some points. However, Frantic will fight his opponent, Fragile, in the loser side of the bracket, and we'll get to that later. But for now, we're going to start up winners finals between these two players. One player is going to have to take a dip in the losers, and we're going to find out if it's going to be LSD or it's going to be Veneno. Now, friendly reminder to everybody, winners finals is 2 out of 3. Only grand finals is 3 out of 5. So both players are only going to have 2 games to give. And Crash Site seems to be the selection. We've seen a few instances where Crash Site has been selected. I believe both these players have selected it before. We saw a few roulette 1v1s where the Crash Site has essentially forced players into more tighter situations where either both players go fight the hill, or alternatively the battery respawn locations for Crash Site are a lot more defendable than most maps. So if one Titan isn't actively aggressing on other Titan's space, the battery control essentially becomes neutral. Both Titans can agree to just select their batteries, and one Titan can select to play advantage. Out of that, or we've seen time and time again how this map has played out where both Titans just opt to just fight the hillside. Hill is a phenomenal place you can control, obviously. It was, for anyone that's seen a gold case of Star Wars, where our friend Obi-Wan has told Anakin, well, it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Alright, and here we are. We're getting started with our winners finals side of the bracket. LSD versus Veneno. Again, a classic matchup we've seen on Xbox. Now we're seeing it again on the PS4. Crash Site will be the first map of the first game of winners finals. Now, of course, both these players, I've already introduced them, but we've seen how they can play pretty much anything. They've been long-time sparring partners in a variety of different formats, as well as they have also been teammates. But now here they are, coming head-to-head. We're going to see what strategies they opt to employ. There, Veneno gonna lock in the Ion. We're gonna see what LSD decides to do. Either he can pick the early tone to counter this Ion, or he can pick the Ion himself. LSD's gonna select the Legion. He's gonna take that hill positioning, and he's gonna try to get there up and early. The problem is that I don't think he has enough time to get the battery. He will get out. Veneno opts to hold Vortex. That's gonna slow him down enough so LSD can heal the damage right back up, but I believe he might be messing with Jetfiller. No, instead, the LSD is full health. Veneno going to be down a lot of energy. Great catch from Veneno. However, better block from LSD. That's going to save him a lot of damage. Tripwires are good. The problem is Veneno is punching a Legion. Ooh, but unfortunately, LSD with the bad feed. Try to catch Ven being aggressive. Oh, wow. Ven has been phenomenal about reflecting these power shots because he's going to earn the laser core, and he's going to survive against LSD. LSD did his best, got the smoke core online, but not enough bullets to get the Doom. And Ven will survive with a pixel to not get ripped. Ven going up one round early with the Ion. LSD opted to select the Legion, barely couldn't find it. 3 great reflex from Ven, by the way. Had Ven not reflected any one of those power shots, that would have been a win for LSD. Despite that, that's going to be Ven's Ion out of the picture. And he's going to move on to his next pick. Going to be the Monarch. Counting on LSD to not select the Legion again. Then with the Quad Dash. We'll see the Ion. Then is going to exchange batteries more than likely again with LSD, as LSD is more than likely going to be happy to take this hill positioning for himself. I like the changer from Ven. This time approaching from the ship, trying to see if he can catch LSD. But LSD more than likely hears where Veneno is coming, and he's already here through the tripwire already. Great laser shot as well. Misses the first siphon. Ven's going to try to see if he can find the second one. Flows with the tripwire. Gets punished by LSD, but unfortunately can't find the second siphon. Now, Veneno is at a huge disadvantage if he wants to keep fighting. Does find some cheeky damage with the XO16, but Ion's still relatively healthy with shield. I like the strategy from LSG, trying to punish Ven. But now his shields will be taken away with that energy siphon. Great aggression from Veneno. Opts to also throw the E-Smoke for even more damage. And now Veneno has swung this round back into his favor. LSD relatively low on the energy, but LSD will continue to aggress. Tripwires will explode in LSD's favor. Great siphon to build himself a bit more health. Tries to find a second and will. LSD with low energy, but here comes the laser core. Veneno with the great movement. Great troops coming out from him. Great punches will continue living. LSD can't find the rip there because of height advantage. Veneno now has the arc runs. Veneno doing his best to survive. Has the quad dash. Great double siphon. LSD now more than likely going to get doomed. Both Titans are doomed. LSD thought about being hyper aggressive there, but Veneno was already out of range. LSD trying again for the punch, but now he's going to be out of energy, and he's going to be out of life. Veneno phenomenally baiting LSD multiple times in a row to get the rip. He'll survive again. And he's going to take a 2-0 lead for our first game. However, that's going to be Ven's Monarch as well, meaning that LSG's Ronin pick is looking even stronger. Not having the Monarch to check the Ronin, especially on a map like this, where there's a lot of downhill terrain to get around and position away from Ronin, is going to be a little harder for Ven to win this game. We know LSD's Ronin is a top-tier contender. Now Veneno's going to look to select the Legion. For the dash, it's going to be an Ion. He's going to get punished with the power shot. Veneno more than likely to continue to play aggressive, especially with the fact that LSD is low on energy. LSD with the phenomenal reflect, however, not asleep at the wheel. Very nice job. Another power shot reigns true, however, and that's going to punish LSD. LSD with the bat pull, which is a phenomenal choice for himself. Going to get all his energy back. Power shot is good from Ven. Ven hitting almost every single power shot. The problem, however, is that LSD is very close to core. Veneno is running out of health. Has to be careful. Tries to look for the flick. Couldn't find it there. LSD being very annoying with the splitter rifle. The problems are starting to become problems. Great reflect from LSD. Lasercore comes out. Great job from LSD to actually duck behind the crate to make all the smart core bullets miss. Phenomenal optimization from the man himself.
Halftime.
The two problems for Ven in that round was the fact that he was already down to 30 bullets, meaning that once Legion runs out of ammo, he essentially has no options left. Has to pop the smart core, but because of where he popped the smart core, LSD used the box to make all of these smart core auto-aimed bullets curve towards the crate instead of hitting him, buying himself more time to live, and even better, not taking any damage during the laser core. Despite the start, LSD will finish strong. Veneno this time gonna lock in the North Star, and here we are. Doesn't opt to peek right, instead opts to take his hill position. As a matter of fact, speaking of halftime, Veneno now has the side advantage. LSD, versus North Star, but the problem is Ven is already shot. Now Ven's gonna lose 90% of his health early. As a matter of fact, he might get doomed. LSD gonna continue the chase. Ven dashing into a wall. Opts to punch. Veneno's still alive. LSD has the sword core, but he doesn't even need his sword. LSD with another round. But that says Ronin out of the picture. Veneno opted for the aggressive hover around the corner. Not sure what Titan he expected, but it definitely wasn't the Ronin. Because Ven opted to not hold this shot and try to wait for LSD to do something a little bit more laggy. Ven essentially forfeited all of his defensive options. No hover, lack of movement, plus no railgun to defend himself, meaning that he's just going to get chased down and hunted. However, I like this decision from Veneno. First up, picks the overcore because of the fact that there is going to be a lot less movement involved. But secondly, pick the tone because the Rodent wasn't available. LSD going to eat the lock-on, going to eat a lot of 40 mil damage. 40 mil hurts a lot and will add up. And now, LSD does get the battery, so he's going to heal up some of that health. Great shot from him coming out to get early. Tracking rockets are inbound. The close range map will make these harder to dodge in some instances, but he will find the movement. Veneno's going to look for this bat pull, and he should be able to get it. Gets a bad disembark again. Gets stuck. Going to eat a lot of damage. Veneno, or not, but LSD is going to look to run away now. Veneno trying his best to find the splashes. Can't find them. Veneno knows exactly where LSD is. Tracking rockets inbound. Those do find the mark. Does take LSD shields. Veneno plays aggressively. Great dash with the particle wall. Gonna be able to block that North Star railgun damage, and those tracking rockets are gonna hit in full. Great curve coming out from Ven that time. Veneno has a salvo core, so if LSD tries to play aggressively, he will get deleted. LSD's a little too close. LSD can't afford to take the flight core given his health deficit. Tracking rockets are out. 90% of LSD's health is gone. Pops the flight core, but again, the salvo core will reign true. Veneno taking the lead over LSD. Veneno needs to find one more round. He's got quite a few picks left for himself. But LSD, he's coming up behind him.
We're not ahead by much. Let's pick up the pace.
I'm very much interested to see what does Veneno opt to pick. He'll pick the Legion again. The problem is that LSD still has the tone available. And if he picks tone here, he'd have a phenomenal time. Unfortunately, LSD is a Monarch. I think he might have tried to hard scout the Ronin pick. And because of that, he's going to run into Veneno playing the Legion. This is going to be a very awkward time for LSD. And he's going to eat 2 whole power shots, meaning that now he has to play aggressive into this Legion. And Veneno has the overcore, meaning that Smart Core is going to become a factor eventually. And as a matter of fact, it will become a factor now. LSD getting gunned down, opts to turn and fight, but he's not going to have enough health to survive. Veneno, 4-2 over LSD. And that is going to be the end of our first game of Winners Finals. Veneno with the 1-0 lead in the set. But now it's LSD's turn to pick the map. But again, these two players have fought a lot. So they're obviously very comfortable no matter where they go. Unless, of course, a specific player has a kryptonite. But instead, that doesn't look like to be the case. These players are trying to settle things early, and what I think is the fastest map pick in the entirety of LTS as a whole for the last year. Immediately, LSD knows exactly where he wants to go and takes Veneno straight to Boomtown. So we're going to see what adjustments can LSD make. Unfortunately, LSD at the very end got the short end of the stick when it came to the matchup draw. Thought Veneno was going to select the Rodent. Instead, Veneno held his Legion pick to the very end and does clean it out. LSD opts to select the Ion. Ion a staple for himself. Again, both these players usually locking in the Ion round 1. We're going to see what they opt to see. Can LSD find damage? Does find a little bit of damage on a Veneno. Also gets the battery relatively safely as well. Very good awareness from LSD. Opting to punish Veneno early on. Veneno now stuck in this other under area. LSD tries to find the damage but can't find it. Punch is good. Laser shot doesn't find the mark. Again, LSD's been missing a lot of laser shots, unfortunately. He also seems to be having some connection issues, but he'll take the fight versus Ven. Ven with a phenomenal dodge as well. Tripwire is in play. LSD doing his best, getting a lot of return damage. The problem is that Veneno is more than likely ahead on core. LSD unfortunately not able to block that laser shot, but it will be LSD who gets laser core first. Laser core does find a good amount of damage on the Ven. LSD opts to accumulate more advantage instead. The problem is, however, is that Ven is still alive, and Ven will come up from the underground and get the rip on the LSD. I've told people before, and I've explained, one of the core issues that LSD has is that sometimes he doesn't finish the job. And we saw it happen there. Instead of playing aggressive at the very end with his laser core, instead of just opting to get the rip onto the Ion, he decides to back off. Tries to respect Ion's damage, tries to wait for the laser core to be over. Instead, gives Ven the opportunity to survive, and Ven is going to be the one to snatch a victory away from LSD. The turn of events did not favor him, but this time he's going to select Tone. Again, LSD seems to be having some kind of connection issues, but he's still willing to play it out. Tone Murray is now the selection between these two players. Blast shots are good from LSD, tracking rockets are out. Gonna find some damage on the Ven Tone. Gonna have a sonar come up soon, gets another set of lock-ons as well. Another set of lock-ons out. Another set of lock-ons partially lands. However, Ven now, he's going to hold his rockets, might look for some aggression with it. No, instead opts to use it early. Ven and LSD both drop the walls, but the splash shots seem to be in Ven's favor. He already has 2, now he has 3. Going to find a lot of damage with that tracking rocket chair, but LSD is definitely going to avoid most of that one. Ven taking a reload of his own. LSD does a lot of damage on the Ven for taking that reload in front of him. Ven has no particle wall, so he can't look to be aggressive. Again, LSD is having some connection issues from what it looks like. Not going to be able to find as much damage as he wants on the Ven. Salvacle is earned from LSD. Another situation where he earns for first, but the problem is that he wasn't able to finish the job. Again, still having these connection issues. Very unfortunate for LSD. But he's still doing his best to make it work. There's one thing I can say about LSD is that LSD is very much locked in. He has a wall advantage. He has lock-ons as well. Gonna be able to, despite all of the connection issues not being in his favor, gonna be able to win it over Veneno and even up the round count 1-1.
Airborne systems are in your control, pilot.
So that's going to be LSD's Tone out of the equation, which I think is a great pick overall to get rid of first. While he might lose a check to the Legion later on, as we saw that essentially do him in later, he will essentially lose a Titan that doesn't have too much of an impact on a 1v1 overall. LSD opting for the Ion again. Veneno's not going to have Is, and Veneno's still going to keep rocking with this Tone. Again, Veneno willing to just use the double Atlas pick early. LSD doesn't opt to get out and re-embark for his energy, which I think is smart because Veneno is already here. Veneno trying to punch LSD to death. As the rockets are not good, the reflect is phenomenal. Another great reflect. Veneno already losing over half of his life. LSD opting to take the punch. Great mind game that time from Veneno. However, LSD is going to have the laser core, and Veneno is going to be the one on the receiving end, and Veneno will fall down. LSD with the phenomenal vortex timing, going to catch almost all of Ven's rockets. Going to be the end for the Tone. Victory for the Ion. Now that's going to be both of LSD's Atlases. That means that Legion pick is looking more and more alluring for Veneno. LSD going to lock in the Monarch. I'm not sure what he expects to find, but as I've said before, Ven can still play the Legion here. Maybe he expects Ven to pick the Ronin, maybe he expects Ven to pick something else entirely. And LSD, having connection issues, will find his way safely back into the Monarch. And it will be the Monarch Mirror. Siphons have been exchanged, but LSD is going to win out overall because he did his Siphon last. Arc Grenade coming out from Ven, going to see if we can just waste some shields. LSD not right on the juke timing. Both Monarchs are going to be missing their shields, but LSD is going to be down his East Smoke, meaning that he's not going to have that to defend himself. Neither will Ven. Ven will use his as well. Great timing from LSD with a double Siphon, but Ven actually held his, and Ven will find the second one. Great turn from LSD to mitigate any crit damage. Rocket Salvo is going to take away the shields as LSD continues to regress. Both Monarchs opting to just shoot themselves. LSD find the Siphon, he does. Ven tried to find the return Siphon. And Ven will get doomed first. That means LSD has a huge advantage here in the engagement, and he'll actually take it over Veneno in the Monarch Mirror! Surprisingly enough, both players opted to just fight mid. Nobody wanted to play slow, just a heads-up engagement and brawl in mid for the Monarch Mirror. And it's going to be 3-1 now for LSD, a very different story than what we saw in the Crash Site game. Crash Site match, we saw LSD having to be the one to make the comeback, but now it's going to be up to Veneno to find the next 3 straight rounds if he wants to win this winner's finals here and now. LSD opted to select his Ronin. Maybe he might do a similar strat to Zeri, where Zeri, in the PC side of things, opted to just use all his other picks and run it down with his Ronin last. But Ven, however, has 2 picks to contest this Ronin. He still has the Monarch, he still has the Legion. As a matter of fact, Ven could also play the North Star, but we're going to see what he opts to select. LSD taking this long round-away flank. Does Ven know where he is? The other Titan still hasn't been spotted. Veneno opting to take his time. Playing very patiently. 2 minutes on the clock. No shots have been fired. One Titan has refused to reveal itself. LSD still hasn't seen or heard from Veneno. But the battery's been claimed on his side, meaning that Veneno is active. Where? Veneno is the Monarch, and because of that, he's not going to be in position to claim this battery for himself, or contest this battery for himself, meaning that LSD will get himself another free battery. Problem is, LSD has the double Arc Whip kit, which if he can catch the Monarch, that would be great, meaning that he'll be able to take away Monarch shields almost in one fell swoop. The problem is that he himself doesn't have the Anomaly kit, but his phase is coming up just in time so he can continue his aggression. Does find enough shotgun damage, does find the Sword Core. Great juice from Ven, great punches now. It all comes down to how well does Ven melee box and defend himself. Unfortunately, not able to find the melee at all.
They didn't stand a chance.
LSD will run over Veneno's Monarch, and the counter pick does not reign supreme. LSD with the 4-1 victory, gonna even up the set. 1-1 is now the set score. Veneno's gonna be the one with the map selection, however, so we're gonna see where he opts to take LSD. Again, LSD seems to be having a little bit of connection issues, why he's taking a bit to get back into the lobby. Out of that, or maybe he opted to just resend outright. Okay, LSD is going to take a second to check his internet connection, so that way he can play a bit more stably. So we're going to have a little bit of downtime until we decide to conclude our set. So, with that being said, now's the time. get some water, get some snacks. Because we've got a little bit of time until we continue to resume our winners finals. Immediately after this, we're going to have Frantic versus Fragile Smile. And we're going to run through our loser side of the bracket all in one go. But these players are fighting to decide and see who goes to the grand finale at the very end. Who will win the first LTS PS4 tournament of the year? And between these two players, having a whole set advantage is a huge deal. That's why LSD right now is taking his time. He's going to opt to check his internet connection. And we've seen him lag during the match, but he's going to make sure that everything is good to go. Come back in. And then we'll finish up the set. But even then, despite his internet connection, LSD still won that game, surprisingly. There's one thing I do love about Titanfall 2 is that despite how old the game is, this game still runs phenomenally. That's why we've seen a lot of international talent. We've seen people play from Europe on US servers. We've seen US players play on EU servers. And sure, there's obviously going to be ping differences and all that stuff. There's not really much we can do about it. But we can still play the game on relatively high ping. And it'd be, well, phenomenal. Alright, LSD sent me an invite. He's remaking the lobby, so we're going to go over there. And here we are. Ooh, the next map is going to be very interesting. This, as I've stated before, is a PS4 classic 1v1 map. We're going straight to complex, no questions asked. Veneno taking LSD to a map I imagine he's very comfortable with, as we're going straight towards our Game 3 of Winners Finals. LSD versus Veneno. One player goes to Grands, other player has to sit in the losers bracket. And we're going to find out how things end this game. Taking our time to load in. Ooh, it seems LSD has unfortunately lagged out again, I believe. Again, LSD's been having a lot of connection issues. I'm not sure what the issue is. Or not LSD. Actually, it's Veneno this time who is lagged out of the lobby. Not 100% sure what's going on exactly. But, of course, to finish the set, we have both players in the lobby. Thankfully, though, however, is that obviously Ven DC'd. Nothing really has happened as... Oh, wait. I didn't go back on spectate. Oh, my God. Well, I'll just eject, and that will be fine. I didn't think Veneno was actually back in the lobby. Not sure what's happening exactly, but we seem to be having some connectivity issues between some of the players. But despite that, we're going to head straight on into our third game of Winners Finals. LSD on one side, Ven on the other.
Pilot mode online. to have you back.
Eliminate all enemy titans.
Thankfully, the good news is that I don't exactly mess with spawns because it's complex. Both players are going to pull their batteries relatively early with no contestation, unless Veneno decides to do something sly like he did last time in the previous 1v1 roulette format, where he decided to go straight for the goose. LSD patiently waiting at the window will find the laser shot early. Veneno already here to try to contest LSD's aggression. Veneno, however, it might get forced out towards this blue hallway, and now he's going to be outside of mid. Veneno, despite having a good side, has already lost the good side early. Veneno will find a laser shot. Tripwires are in play. LSD's going to opt to just back up and take his free side advantage. Veneno taking laser shot engagement. The laser shot trade is over on LSD's favor. Great juke on the second laser shot. Means that LSD is going to have a nice amount of health and a nice amount of score to work with. Veneno opted for the punch. Thought he'd hold Vortex. Thought he'd be scared. And LSD is going to take the trip shot versus Ven. As Veneno and LSD both activate laser core, but Veneno stands at the tripwire, meaning that LSD will win out overall. LSD with a slight tick of laser core to pop Ven's tripwire, which I believe at the end popped his as well. Right behind Ven. Going to secure that round for himself. Engagements overall going in LSD's favor.
Welcome back.
The Ion Mirror and the first round towards LSD. But now it's going to be... I shouldn't say it's going to be interesting, mainly because of the fact that LSD, we've seen him time and time again, both these players often just select the Ion and get the Ion out of the way early. LSD will now take the Tone. Both players opting to get out and get their batteries early. Again, Complex is more of a free map of free batteries. Interestingly enough, LSD has opted to select Overcore Tone. We've seen these players change up between the actually not to say change up, mainly run the Turbo Engine kit. Turbo Engine obviously giving the Titans more movement. LSD instead opts to go for the Overcore so that he can be a bit more aggressive, so even if Ven takes the outright fight versus him, LSD will get the Salvo Core online pretty much no matter what Ven does. Another phenomenal tracking red curve from LSD doing tons of damage. Opts to play aggressively. Another great set of... Oh, unfortunately, never mind. Actually misses that one. Veneno can look to be aggressive here. He'll double siphon. He'll go straight in. Problem is that LSD has Salvo Core online, and now Ven has no movement. Ven, surprisingly not getting doomed. That tracking rocket curve won't do him in either. Ven has to dodge another one, but LSD will find it. He will kill the Monarch. Despite some of the small hiccups. Another round for LSD. LSD now up 2 rounds over Ven's 0. We're going to see we off select here next, and this time he's going to select the Overcore for the Legion. He's going to be missing a little bit of movement, however, the good news is that, again, it's complex. With complex of how tight the map is, you don't really need that kind of movement for yourself. Instead, you're looking at more hold positions and hold favorable angles. The problem is, however, is that LSD is on the bad side. So he will have to play aggressive towards Veneno. LSD will get the battery, and he'll get slightly gypped for his shields by the Monarch, but the good news is that Ven actually hit the Siphon too early, meaning that he'll only lose half, but the second Siphon of Ven's is more than likely coming up soon. Veneno is dashing towards LSD's location, but he doesn't realize that Ven's coming. Because of that, LSD is not going to be ready to power shot the Monarch, and that's going to be both his power shots down. Ven can look for aggression there if he wants it, because he has a ton of health, plus Siphon as well. Very nice Siphon placement from Ven. Opting to Siphon a little late, so that way LSD can lose a bit more health, and Veneno can gain some for himself. However, Ven's going to get hit by that power shot, but it's not the end of the world, because Ven is technically still winning. Stay in long range mode. He's going to try to see if we can find this dash long range power shot in a second here. No, Veneno is nowhere to be found. Veneno sticks around for a little bit, unless he tries to call out a cheeky peek. Veneno, the problem is, however, is that Ven is eating a little too much damage for my liking. He's going to try to play aggressive onto this Legion, but by playing aggressive, actually, never mind, he will find a way out. smartly decides not to disengage down the hallway, instead decides to disengage down towards the blue hallway. Veneno doing a phenomenal job of kiting this Legion. So LSD is now holding mid. He has positional advantage because he has both batteries in front of him. But the problem is that he can't look to pull for as long as Ven holds this blue area. If LSD gambles on a long-range power shot, however, LSD will lose. That's going to be most of Ven's ammo, but the problem is LSD got a bad disembark, and now he's more than likely going to get doomed. Actually, surprisingly, he doesn't. Veneno gets the arc round, and now Veneno is free to just leave LSD alone for the rest of the round if he wants to. LSD tried to take a shot in the dark, unable to find it. Veneno hanging out towards the edge of the map. And again, LSD has the overcore, and Veneno has so much health. This is going to have to be... Veneno would actually have to throw in order for LSD to come back in, but Veneno's sticking around too close towards the Legion. Veneno could look for all-in aggression here, but instead opts to wait. 30 seconds remain. That's power shot. Unfortunately, gets caught on the wall. Isn't going to find the damage. Veneno opts for the siphon. Veneno tries to find another siphon. LSD needs to find one more power shot. How is he going to land it? Power shot is phenomenal. LSD gets health advantage. LSD is opting to book it away from Ven. Can Ven find the Doom? Doom for Doom is now the play. 10 seconds remain. Who will win this 1v1? LSD tries to find a long range splash. Can't find it. 3 seconds remain. The draw is now in play. Veneno, despite having a gigantic advantage in a matchup that he should have lost, LSD manages to bring it back. If you've seen Ven play, you know that Ven is a lot more aggressive, and as well as he's a bit more greedy with what he likes to do. Instead of opting to just play his health advantage and win the round that way, he tries to take more and more risky positionings against LSD, and that's going to let him back into the game and not drop the round. LSD is going to continue playing the Legion, but Ven might look to change up his Titan instead.
Eliminate all enemy Titans.
Then we're gonna see what Titan he decides to rock with as LSD decides to select the Legion again. And it will be Ven just outright coming out and pulling off a strat that he's pulled off before. We've seen this before earlier in the previous, I believe, Xbox 1v1 Roulette tournament, where Ven opts to just outright forego his battery and go towards his opponents. However, that's going to eliminate the Ion pick. You have to be very careful about Goosers in this 1v1 format. Unlike the Kumite had a gentleman's bat format, meaning that both Titans were allowed to get their batteries and nobody could, well, use each other. Ven decides to go for the all-in against LSD. LSD not ready, and that's going to take LSD out of that round. Ven trying to come back. I believe Ven may have accidentally selected the same Titan, so we're just going to draw the round outright. The good news is that however, is that this is going to give LSD a second to think about what he wants to select next. LSD, he's going to lock in the Ronin for himself. Ven still has the Monarch available, but he's opting to take the Ronin early so that he can give himself a nice 3-1 lead, and all he would need to do is find himself one more game and out of his Titan. But this time doesn't opt to do the cheeky strategy, instead only opt to do it once. And now Ven is stuck in a very difficult matchup in which Ven will be the one that has to play the Tone versus Ronin matchup. One of the harder matchups in the game. And LSD, of course, phenomenal with the Ronin. LSD can look for an all-in here with a phase boost, and he will. Veneno trying his best to get out of dodge. Nice juke against the Arc Wave. Double Arc. Unfortunately, both Arc Waves missed the mark. However, LSD has done incredible against mitigating damage. But Veneno has committed the classic where he dashes past his wall, and now LSD will have that wall for himself to mitigate damage, as well as do damage to Ven. And now, there is nothing that can really stop LSD unless Veneto melee boxes out of his mind, misses another melee, gets that one, but at this point, LSD knows that all he needs to do is just keep baiting Ven's melees, swing after he swings, and that's going to be the end of the tone. LSD with a 3-1 advantage. Huge lead coming out in Winners Finals. All LSD needs to do now is win one more round, and with the last round being taken, he will go to Grand instead of Ven. And as I've stated before, having a set advantage over players of these caliber is a huge boon. Let's see what LSD locks in last, and we saw it for ourselves. LSD decided to lock in a North Star, interestingly enough. Obviously, this map not really being too North Star favorite with how CQC the map is overall, but North Star will be able to play passively in this mid area and contest the blue hallway as well. Not sure what happened, but apparently Ben is dead on his battery.
Looks like they gave up. Chalk up another win.
Oh. Let me go ask the players what happened. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, wow. In a shocking turn of events, LSD will actually pull the reverse Uno card. And he actually finds the goose on Ven. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it because I didn't hit the spectator button in the previous round. But LSD does win the Winners Finals. He pulls Ven's old trick onto Ven, turns the table. Ven thought he wouldn't do it, but he did. That's why he selected the turbo engine with the North Star. Opted to rush Ven's battery, and because he rushed Ven's battery, he actually got there. He got the goose for himself, secures himself a nice winner's side of Grand Finals for his trouble. And now we wait for an invitation to get started with our losers bracket. Will be Frantic Lobster versus Fragile Smile. We'll get that going for you guys in just a second. Okay, so we're gonna move right on towards our loser side of the bracket. I've received an invitation from Fragile Smile, and we're gonna go straight there. Fragile Smile sits on one side, and we're gonna have Frantic sit on the other. Both these players will fight for the position to face Veneno in the losers finals. We saw a very phenomenal 1v1 set between Veneno and LSD. Veneno and LSD, obviously, like I've said before, they fought for literally years now. LSD is going to take it over Ven. LSD will advance to Grands. Now, the question is, who will come out on top here? Will Frantic get his run back, or will it be Fragile who actually gets to take on Ven? We've seen both these players play. Fragile needs to find his footing. He can do it. And he just needs to find the pace that he wants to play at and dictate it. Against LSD, he was mainly on the back foot, but if players lack versus Fragile, Fragile will take the game from him. On the other side, we have Frantic. Frantic played very well versus Veneno. Opted to go, I believe, final round on Boomtown. Fortunately, he wasn't able to take that Boomtown game. And on Eden, he was able. Ven just kited him around. And due to the fact that Ven was able to kite him around, wasn't able to lock down battery positionings for himself that well. And because of that, because of him pulling either a questionable battery or Ven just getting more batteries than him, Veneno ended up coming on top. But despite that, when it comes to maps where he doesn't have to rely too much on the battery control, he can win out. So now we're going to take a second. We're going to see what the players opt to select for their map picks. Ooh, Eden comes out. Eden immediately comes out. Fragile might be onto the type of maps that Frantic Lobster has a hard time with. We saw how Ven selected the Eden pick versus Frantic. And, well, Frantic wasn't able to lock down the batteries for himself. So Fragile Smile is going to look to see if he can repeat Ven's game plan. And he's going to see if he himself can take Eden from Frantic Lobster. Here we are. We're going to begin with our first set of losers. Again, this is loser semis. Winner of this gets to go fight Veneno in the losers finals. Will it be Fragile Smile who gets a new chance at fighting Veneno, or will it be Lobster who gets the run back? I'm going to find out right here, right now. Game 1, round 1. Eden's the map. Fragile Smile opts to lock in the Ion. Again, we've seen this time and time again where a lot of players opt to lock in this Ion immediately. And speaking of the Ion, we're going to see an Ion mirror once again. Laser shot is good for Fragile Smile, but he's going to hang around a little too long, eat some laser shot damage of his own. Third laser shot is coming up. I don't think he knows that the other Titan is in mid. He does try to find the damage. Unfortunately, his damage gets blocked. Tripwires will contest the middle of the map. Fragile Smile doesn't get the punish there, however. Great block from Frantic Lobster, as Frantic Lobster has a slow but surely building life lead. Frantic will get out for the battery instead of in front of Fragile. Fragile doesn't have anything to punish. Will get the laser shot, and the tripwire, however, does actually favor him as well. So Fragile will actually be winning the trade slightly overall. Fragile finds a great laser shot, tries to find the punch, unfortunately misses slightly. Fragile has the overcore, by the way, so he's going to get laser core online. Laser core is already up. If he wants to play aggressively here, he can. Again, we can see Fragile, he's not sure what he wants to decide to do. There's so many tripwires around him, but he's going to stick around too long, and he's going to eat those tripwires. Fragile decides to dash, take the laser core engagement. Can he put down Frantic Lobster once and for all? No, Frantic Lobster lives. Fragile Smile opts to respect. Can't find a laser shot. And despite that, he'll put him down with the splitter rifle. And that's going to be around for the Smiley. Here we are again. Fragile Smile this time taking the Monarch for himself, even though he won that first round with the Ion, so Ion will be out of the equation. Fragile Smile has to come face to face with Frantic Lobster's Tone, however, this is not going to be an easy task for the Monarch to take. No particle wall is down. Monarch's going to get a lot of great damage, and great job from Fragile Smile to... Ooh, never mind. I said great job for him to take a lot of damage off of Tone, but he opts to get out very greedily in front of Lobster, and Lobster will happily take the Gooster and take the round. Very nice job from Lobster to not give up that mid positioning. Opts to stick around a little longer, and because of that, he'll find the pilot. Now the round count will be evened right up. One being the round count. Fragile Smile still locking in the Monarch. He's not convinced that Frantic earned the round. Swept a mistake under the rock of getting out, but he'll continue with the Monarch instead. The thing with Fragile right now is that him meleeing is going to ping him on the map, meaning that Frantic knows exactly where he is, and Frantic is going to be the one with the Ion. Opted to hold the Vortex for an extended period of time just to get that small little reflex. Unfortunately misses, but I like it so that he can deny the Siphon. One of the things that Ion has a hard time with is that Ion has a hard time of getting rid of Monarch shields. Fragile's going to take a lot of free damage here, but he's going to miss the Siphon, sadly. Because of that, Frantic's going to find himself a decent amount of return damage. Frantic still hasn't done a single laser shot, by the way. That's a huge Vortex shield, but thankfully Fragile was far enough away to not get hit. Fragile more than likely embarking, disembarking to get his energy back. And Fragile, again, we see these moments of hesitation from Fragile Smile. Fragile has the ideas of what kind of plays he should do and what he wants to do, but he keeps hesitating. He's gonna go for it now with the stim, but because he went for it later, he's gonna eat a ton of damage. Ion, laser shot plus splitter rifle is good. Thankfully not gonna get him doomed, but gonna do a lot of damage. Ion's gonna get this other battery, however, but Ion's gonna get punished. Ion now has to deal with an arc round from Monarch. Fragile barely missing the Siphon, unfortunately. Fragile gonna look for this other battery. No, Ion's right there. Instead, off to take the engagement, but the problem with taking this engagement is now Ion has Laser Core online. Laser Core comes out, doesn't have enough damage with the F-16, finds the rockets, but doesn't have the movement to juke. Fragile Smile, unfortunately, will go down, and that's gonna be another round for Frantic.
Halftime.
Again, we've seen it. Fragile Smile has the mental capacity to know what plays he should be doing. But either A, he just makes the wrong decision, or he doesn't make the right decision in time. But the gears are turning. We can see him do it.
Still catch up. Don't lose hope.
He just has to not hesitate and actually commit. Fragile Smile takes the hover shot on the right side. Doesn't see anybody. And takes the double tether. I thought that hover was a little slow, and I was right. Frantic Lobster is now going to be the one of the Legion. This is kind of a scary matchup for the North Star, because all North Star needs to make is one mistake against a long-range power shot, and the life advantage dramatically swings towards Legion. Speaking of health advantage, Fragile Smile is the one currently with the health advantage. We're gonna peek around this corner and see if the Legion is still in mid. The Legion is still in mid. Fragile Smile has seen him. Now Fragile Smile will take up this right side. Fragile Smile, do you look for this battery? Ooh, never mind. Frantic Lobster already on it. Look for the battery, but instead, no, the Titan's gonna get slightly punished. Not sure if that's enough to bring our friend Frantic back into the round, but it's a good start regardless. Any amount of damage on North Star is great damage. Frantic hasn't seen where Fragile is yet, but he will now. Both power shots are down. Fragile can look for an aggressive dash peek if he wants it, and he will. Unfortunately misses, but now the problem is that he's a little too close to the Legion. Thankfully he doesn't get punished, but Legion is more than likely barreling towards him. Power shot's been launched, but instead, no, the Legion will hold mid. Doesn't opt to chase the North Star, and because of this, the North Star is surprisingly walking up towards mid. Actually advancing on Frantic, getting another cheeky little bit of damage. Fragile smartly decides not to look for the other battery, instead opts to hold his position. I try to see if he can do more damage to the Legion. Time is winding down. We have 1 minute left on the clock, slowly becoming 50 seconds. And it's up to Frantic to make a huge play against his North Star. All Fragile needs to do at this point is not get cut out. That tether will ping him on the map. Frantic knows exactly where Fragile is, and however, Fragile on the return side knows exactly where Frantic is. One range power shot is good, but he's gonna need to do more. Opt to disembark, try to look for the battery, but couldn't find it. That long range damage is a lot. Thankfully, it doesn't get hit by the power shot, but adds another railgun for his trouble. Gets another one as well, and that's gonna for sure do it. Fragile Smile plays advantage, and by that, he will even up the round count 2-2. The round count being 2-2 between these players. However, I believe Frantic actually got one Gooser. So this is going to be very interesting. Fragile this time opted to take the Monarch for himself. North Star will be eliminated from his pick pool, as well as the Ion, I believe. Oh, but he's going to come face to face with the Legion. Unfortunately, Fragile now on the receiving end of the matchup, as well as getting hit by a power shot early, means that his opponent now has a phenomenal life lead. Matter of fact, his opponent has opted not even to move, just holds the same position for himself. Legion getting comfortable on this left side of the map. Fragile Smile is going to opt to go towards this left hallway, but the Legion already scouting it with a long-range power shot. Tried to find the timing, couldn't find it. Fragile taking his time against Frantic. Frantic does have a battery of his own. Mid battery, the only battery that's available. Fragile didn't opt to go for the Siphon there. Because of that, he's just going to do a bunch of shield damage to Legion with the F-16 instead. Fragile, this Siphon is going to ping him on the map. Thankfully, he does find the Siphon, meaning that he actually does find a way back into this round. Frantic not looking in the direction that where Fragile was, means that never mind, he will instead find exactly where Fragile is. Fragile, not sure if he landed that Siphon or not, but he's kiting this Legion very well. We've seen it similar to the North Star gameplay, where the North Star was able to successfully kite Legion and not take too much damage herself. Same case here with Fragile playing the Monarch. Fragile doing a great job so far of denying the long-range damage from Legion. However, Fragile's now in an awkward spot because his Legion is slowly but surely going to start cornering him relatively soon. Frantic is probably going to be around this corner in close range mode, I'd imagine. And he is, but he doesn't know where Fragile is. Lack of awareness coming out from the Frantic Lobster. Pop the gun shield as well. But now it's going to be Fragile that opts to just outright fight the Legion, decides to stop kiting. Because he stops kiting, he's going to get 2 power shots on the Smart Core. Smart Core is going to do him in, and the Monarch will fall down. Fragile doing his best impression of showing how fragile Monarch Legion is as a matchup. Fragile sits down around, but he's still not out of this. Again, we've seen him have ideas of how to play well. He can do it.
They're barely ahead of us. We can do this.
Fragile Smile opts to lock in the Monarch again. I wonder if this is just one of his comfort picks, or if he's just opting to just see this Frantic Lobster does pick the Ronin in. There it is. Frantic Lobster picks the Ronin. Fragile Smile on the Monarch. Monarch has the matchup advantage here. The question is, what will Lobster do? Lobster, not exactly a more well-practiced rodent in a similar vein of Veneno/LSD, so he's going to be a bit of a back foot here. Fragile Smile already winning the engagement overall, taking very little damage. Smile opts to go get mid, but overall this trade is not exactly the best for Monarch, mainly due to the fact that even though he got mid, the Ronin is more than happy with this, so that the Ronin can eventually build Sword Core. Fragile Smile opts to instant pull the battery. Very questionable decision. He'll get it, but the problem is that Ronin will get a ton of core from it. Fragile Smile gets his core 1 upgrade, does get the Siphon on the shield as well, but the problem is that Ronin will eventually build Sword Core, and you're going to have to mitigate a Sword Coring Ronin. Frantic Lobster is running out of health right now. And Fragile Smile does do him in. Sword Core is activated. Shoot. Fragile Smile has no interest in punching, but the Special 16 is going to rain in a lot of damage. Fragile Smile with the Frantic with a phenomenal face, gonna find the Doom. Frantic Lobster can look for the rip here. Does look for the all-in. Can't find it once. Can't find it a second time either. Fragile Smile with the punch gonna put the Ronin to bed. And we're at an even round count between these two players. Frantic Lobster had the right play, but Fragile Smile was able to walk on top of specific map terrain so that Frantic was going to get melee cheesed. Despite the greedy play coming out from Fragile, he makes it work, and he's able to win the round. Fragile Smile is going to be the one to select the Ronin as well. We're going to see if Frantic opts to do the same. Fragile Smile, full confidence, opts to pull mid. You know which battery is being taken? The right battery will be taken. Fragile Smile knows the Ronin's behind him, but he's going to look to just instant pull anyway. He's going to eat a lot of damage for this, but thankfully only going to lose his shields. The problem, however, is that I believe technically core gain overall is going to favor Lobster to the fact of him just doing outright more damage. We're going to find out how this plays out in a second. Both arc waves have been used by Fragile Smile. Does get the shields with the melee, but he's going to eat more unblocked damage. Frantic Lobster slowly but surely making up health advantage, but those shotgun shots are going to add up really fast. As I said before, Frantic Lobster does have the core advantage, but doesn't opt to activate it. That's going to give Fragile Smile an opportunity to get Sword Core as well. Both these players obviously less comfortable on the Ronin, so both these players opted to just not use Sword Core. Never mind, I didn't say that. Fragile Smile opts to activate. So does the Lobster. Melee pin is in Fragile Smile's favor, so he's going to have a huge life advantage. Both these players run the double arc wave, but this time it's going to be the opposite end, where the Lobster's going to have the melee pin advantage. More shotgun shots come up. Fragile Smile slowly but surely losing this round. He has to be careful. Tries to look for the rip. Doesn't use his phase, and because of that, Frantic Lobster will survive, and he will take Eden. Now, Fragile Smile will have the map pick for himself. And that first game was very close. But now it comes down to where does Smile opt to take Lobster next? Tried the Eden. Didn't really work out for him. But now, what is the next call? Fragile Smile will have the map pick for himself. We're going to see where he opts to go. He has to win the next 2 games if he wants to stay in the tournament. Or alternatively, he will be out of the tournament. Again, that Eden game was very close. He can do it. But right now, he's in a situation where he needs to shape up immediately or he's going to get shipped out. Colony is the next map that he wants to select, and we're going to go straight there. 1-0 being the score for Frantic Lobster. Game 2, loser semis. We're going to see what strats these players opt to employ. We saw previously how they both opted for the Ion Mirror match. Let's see if that happens again. Went right over a camera. Ion for one side. Ion for the other. Another Ion Mirror match, the classic we've seen in Roulette time and time again. I really wonder what the thought process is between picking Ion and Ion here, but Frantic Lobster is going to start out with a nice double laser shot health advantage. Tripwires to contest mid as well. Comes out from both players. And I like this strategy coming out from Fragile. Tries to find the... Actually, no, doesn't opt for the battery. Tries to re-embark, disembark, but doesn't get the battery, so now he's going to be at a very awkward position. Fragile will get it now, and we know that Fragile actually takes the overcore, meaning that if Frantic Lobster looks for aggression, he will be met with a laser core to the face. Tripwires plus splitter rifle. A little bit of splitter damage is pretty good for him. Trying to make up that life deficit, but has to be very careful of these tripwires about to go off, and he's going to eat tripwires straight to the face. Now it's going to be Fragile with, I believe, an overall life total advantage. Frantic Lobster doing his best to try to come back into this game. Great block into laser shot, into splitter rifle is going to be a lot of damage. Problem is now Frantic Lobster is now out of energy and out of ammo. Fragile Smile not able to get much of a punish as both these players have been remaining relatively even so far. Frantic has to be very careful of the tripwires. Matter of fact, no, both players will not be careful of the tripwires. Fragile Smile has a laser core, but he doesn't really have a good sightline to activate it. Frantic Lobster opting to play aggressively towards Fragile Smile. Those tripwires behind him thankfully are his. Fragile Smile pops the laser core. Laser core for laser core comes out, but Fragile Smile will seal the deal. And that is going to be the end of it. 1-0 for Fragile Smile. He comes up on top on the Ion Mirror this time. Fragile Smile has the lead. I believe this is the first time he's ever really had a true lead for himself. We're going to see if he can carry himself through this colony game with it. As Lobster opts to lock in the North Star, doesn't look for the early hover shot. Probably doesn't want to reveal himself, as he will run into Fragile Smile's Monarch. Fragile Smile seems to have a whole. Oh, unfortunately, he disembarked. His Titan's gonna get disrupted by that cluster missile, and because of that, he's gonna eat a lot of free damage from Fragile Lobster. Fragile Lobster, however, doesn't have the overcore, meaning that he's not gonna be able to reflect core immediately. But the light tone he has on the Monarch is great, unless he keeps missing these railgun shots. Misses another one. Now he's losing even more health to this Monarch. Misses another one again. Doesn't opt to punch in the Monarch into the cluster missile either. Fragile Lobster tried to look for aggression, but because he looked for aggression, he's gonna fall. Fragile Smile, despite his start, will come back against the Lobster and smite the bird out of the air.
Pilot control initiated. Seek out targets and destroy them.
Unfortunately, one too many railgun shot misses coming out from Frantic. Because he has a turbo engine kit, he could have opted to just play distance and just play passive against the Monarch, especially with the health advantage and the cluster on the battery. But he decides to play aggressive. He tries to all in and tries to look for damage, but again, he doesn't have overcore. He's going to get that core up slower, and him missing damage obviously is going to help him either. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, we saw a tone come out from Fragile Smile, taking a page out of LSD's book, using the side platform houses so that he can essentially secure himself a little height and secure himself a nice sonar. But now it's going to be Frantic Lobster on the Monarch, having to fight the tone. This is going to be a hard time for him. Tracking rocket lock-ons are good. Coming out from the tone, haven't been fired yet. I don't believe we've seen him play the tone before. And Frantic Lobster is going to have to go up against a very difficult matchup here. Another set of lock-ons come out, and they are good. Hasn't been fired yet. Will be fired now. Frantic Lobster not doing the greatest job of avoiding tracking rockets. Trying to look for aggression on the tone. Is going to lose another good chunk of health. Frantic Lobster doesn't really look like he knows what to do in the matchup. But this matchup is difficult for Monarch, but it is one of the more doable matchups that she has that is considered to be losing. Mainly due to the fact that Monarch can play she can play aggressive in the tone, but she would have to leave once tracking rockets get out, especially with the fact that she has the quad dash able to dictate a lot of the pace of the game. Lobster tries to find the type and on a Smile, can't fight it. We'll find that one. But the Salvo Core is going to rain down upon him. And surprisingly, Frantic Lobster is still alive, but opts to take the eject, understands it's over. That is going to be the end of Lobster's Monarch. And Fragile Smile has a phenomenal lead, by the way. All he needs is one more game and he will win the colony.
North Star systems transferred to pilot.
Fragile Smile one more round away from taking a loser's semis game of his own. If he takes this, he'll even up the set 1-1. Frantic Lobster has the matchup advantage. We saw the Ronin come up from his opponent. Fragile Smile's gonna just opt to get the battery, so will Frantic Lobster as well. That's not been exchanged, but instead and never mind, bats have not been exchanged. Instead, it will be Fragile Smile opting to play a little bit more aggressive, cheeky play coming out from the Ronin player here. Very nice fake out from him, showing himself that, again, Fragile Smile can play really well. That time he capitalized on his mind game, got a lot of damage onto the Monarch, and now he has a nice bit of core and a nice bit of health advantage. In this situation, with all the abilities being dumped, I highly doubt it's going to be possible for Frantic to avoid the Sword Core. That first Siphon's going to be good. The problem, however, is that this Ronin's stuck in a bit of an awkward spot. Frantic Lobster's going to be able to create a lot of distance by dashing off this hill. Frantic Lobster opts to go in and has to use his rearm immediately. Both Arclips have been burned. The issue, however, is that Fragile Smile, because of that earlier ability dump, will get the Sword Core online. Has to opt to melee box, doesn't pop the rearm immediately. Because of that, he's going to eat another melee for his troubles. And he's going to go down. Frantic Lobster is going to go down 4-0 to Fragile Smile, putting his name on the board for that one. And a complete sweep for himself. But now, Lobster has the map selection. In that situation, the Monarch had to push the Ronin due to the fact that the early ability dump meant that Ronin had health advantage. Now, the thing is that he was on Colony. He could have potentially found a different angle to land siphons. He could have potentially found maybe different ways to shoot at the Ronin, but with him being down essentially almost a bar of health, that means that he would have had to found meaningful damage throughout the round in order to come back. And again, at that point with the initial ability dump, it would have been impossible to just deny Sword Core. So no matter what happens, Fragile Smile would have gotten the Sword Core online, would have been able to take it to the Monarch anyway. Instead, tries to see if that decision will work out for him. It does not. Now here we are. We've got the final match coming up. We got a game 3 coming out between these two players. And it will be a Boomtown selection. A good old Titanfall 2 Classic. We're going to see what these two players have to bring to the table here in this final game of loser semis. Winner goes on to fight Veneno, and then whoever wins that gets a grand trip towards LSD in the grand finals.
Sharpshooter pilot, it is good to have you back.
Here we are, final game of Loser Semis. We're going to see once again, is it going to be the Ion Mirror, or will someone take a different strategy? Ion on one side, do we have an Ion on the other? Fragile Smile going to opt to play aggressively on this left side, doesn't even want to go for an even battery trade. Instead wants to just outright punish and fight Frantic Lobster straight up. He will. Gets a good amount of damage against the Ronin. And now he gets a battery for himself as well. Okay, hold up. I gotta stop this. Alright. I need to tell him straight up to stop Solar Electric. I'm gonna tell him it's rolling around like hold up. Hold up. I need to be a moderator real quick. I believe that was split bug, yeah. So I'm gonna tell him straight up, like, hey, you need to stop splitter glitching. Because he did it twice. So I would like both the players to draw the round. Regardless, we're gonna move on. Hopefully I can get through one of the players to tell them to draw the round. Okay, thankfully somebody got the memo. Yep. Hopefully maybe I have to go send a message to somebody.
Transferring systems to manual operation.
Okay. Hopefully they saw it. Please restart the game, guys. Alright, cool. They saw it. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Had to go be a moderator real quick. For those of you who don't know, okay, the splitter bug is when you laser shot as Ion and instantly ADS your splitter rifle, it will do... The splitter rifle usually has a damage cap on it. That way the splitter rifle doesn't just absolutely shred Titans. The thing is, however, is that I'm not sure if Fragile Smile knows about the splitter bug or not, because it can be done on accident, to be fair. But, obviously Fragile Smile has been doing it. Again, it could be unintentional, mainly due to the fact that he doesn't mean to do it, because, again, you can do this bug on accident, mainly because he just wants to immediately splitter ADS, but part of the reason why this bug is banned is because it essentially just makes Ion have insane DPS. So we ask the players to kindly please be very conscious about it. And of course, if I'm spectating you, I'm going to see it. If it's done once on accident, might let it slide, okay? But clearly it was done more than once, pretty deliberately, and I decided to step in and tell the players to just restart the game. So I want to go back to a 0-0 round score for Boomtown. You know, again, maybe he didn't know, and that's okay. But, you know, getting split bug as Ronin twice, that does not feel good. Freaking, oh my god, messing my PSN. I'm just gonna tell him I'm gonna just add LSD in general. Yeah, just a full restart. We're just gonna sweep that round under the rug. You know what I mean? But again, I'm gonna assume that it wasn't intentional. You know, again, we know it. I mean, we know how it is. That you can do the glitch on accident. Maybe he just wanted to splitter ADS and just do DPS immediately, but this is part of the reason why you need to wait a second for your splitter rifle to come back up on the screen. Otherwise, you get that bug, and we at TBT like to ban that bug because it is very broken. Unfortunately, well, I would say, yeah, technically, unfortunately, Fragile Smile is going to... He's not going to lose the round. He'll just draw it. So he still has Ion to play on the table if he wants to. Instead, this time he's going to lock in the Monarchy. He's going to take up this left side positioning. Fragile Smile actually opts to go pull his opponent's battery. Doesn't get goose for it. Actually gets back in. Phenomenal play from Fragile Smile, but now he has to juke out this Ronin. Finds a siphon through the smoke. Great job from Fragile Smile. Fragile Smile, however, can't seem to juke away from this Ronin, but he does have a ton of core advantage, and he will get the upgrade core online. Now he can just take the outright fight. And it's going to be a bit of an awkward time for Frantic Lobster, but Frantic Lobster is actually winning the 1v1 overall. Fragile Smile versus Frantic Lobster. Frantic Lobster is going to be the one with the circle early. Great punch coming out. Trying to do it. Upgrade core is online. However, Fragile Smile is doomed. Can't find the doom on the Ronin. And because of that, Fragile Smile will fall down despite the matchup advantage and the cheeky play early. Can't deny the sword core and will die. Again, one of the biggest deals about 1v1ing Ronin specifically is that you have to be able to deny the fight against Ronin. Ronin, of course, thrives off of just outright close quarters engagement. But Ronin, of course, doesn't really have any long-range abilities. Despite the cheeky play coming out from Smile to get the battery early, not able to disengage from the Ronin. Ronin builds core first, Sword Core comes out, Sword Core puts him down. 1-0 is going to be the score, instead for Lobster. Fragile Smile opts to select the Ion again. This time, however, he's very aware of the bug, so more than likely he's going to opt to do it again. Air shot comes up. I wasn't able to find a target. Again, when you melee cancel like that, you ping yourself on the map, meaning that Fragile Smile has effectively given away his positioning, and it's going to be Frantic Lobster on the Legion. Fragile Smile not able to find that laser shot, and the power shots do not come out as well. Or excuse me, they do come out, but can't find the damage either. All time grossly unscathed. Ooh, great block from the Lobster. I think the Legion may still be in long range mode, which is kind of a risk here because he only has so much ammo. Great! Unfortunately, couldn't find that power shot damage, I don't think. Now, Fragile Smile couldn't find that laser shot either. Great block again from Smile. Doing a phenomenal job of mitigating damage away from this Legion. Trying to harass him slowly but surely, occasionally walking up with tripwires, holding a Vortex Shield, trying to scout out a dash power shot. Fragile Smile smartly disengaging and gets behind the wall. Frantic Lobster with even more of a heads-up play, flicking the power shot away from the Vortex Shield to not beat. But I believe that Frantic may have opted for a melee to get a little bit of damage, but the problem is that Fragile Smile has Laser Core. He can't just outright kill the Legion here, with the Legion having no movement and no ammo to fight back. Frantic Lobster has nowhere to go, no health to give. That's going to be an even up round count between these two players. Fragile Smile will find the round of the Ion. That's going to be the Ion taken out of his pick pool. Normally using Ronin early is kind of seen as a detriment, but with these two players not being too familiar with how to play Ronin, it's actually a huge advantage. This frees up other comfort picks for Frantic Lobster, and that's going to be one comfort pick down for Fragile Smile. Fragile Smile this time opts to select the tone. We're going to see what he can do with it. Sees another Titan in mid, opts to pull the battery. Batteries are completely exchanged. Still has the particle available to himself as well. Might get slightly punished, but doesn't seem that he actually was aggressed on. As the tone mirror comes out from these two players. Oh no, that's a huge cooldown wasted by Fragile Smile. He needs to get out of mid immediately because the return peak can be huge. Unfortunately, the return peak was not huge. No further aggression coming out from Frantic Lobster. Fragile Smile tries to look for an upward curve, but the problem is that his opponent is sitting under the bridge, has to do a bit of a wider right curve angle both these tones just peeking and using particle wall immediately. So Fragile Smile has a huge advantage over his opponent. I don't think he's going to opt to do anything with it. He sees his opponent, is going to walk towards mid, get the mid control online. Ooh, unfortunately, Lobster uses his particle wall as well. It means Fragile Smile's going to get all this free damage and free lock-ons. Doesn't take too much damage, however, but I think Fragile Smile needs to be aware that he doesn't have wall advantage in this situation. Splash shots try to come out, and the particle wall is down again. Again, both these players are opted to just use particle wall just straight up, and Fragile Smile's been coming up on top overall in these engagements because of it. Fragile Smile about to be a little bit of an awkward spot, but has the turbo engine to his name, and does actually not find the goose onto his opponent. Frantic Lobster will survive, and now he has a way back into this game. Tracking rockets are good enough to do a decent amount of damage to his opponent. Great juke from Fragile Smile. Tracking rockets come out as well on the return end. Double dash in towards Frantic Lobster. Tries to take some wall advantage. Frantic Lobster just going for the all-in. Surprisingly, Frantic Lobster opted to throw a punch, tried to blow out his opponent. Sabocore is online. Sabocore is online for the other toad. Both Sabocores are coming out. One's in the air. Fragile Smile tries his best to shoot. Sabocore does land down. Sabocore comes out on the return side. Sabocore drops down onto his opponent, but actually doesn't find a kill with it. Tracking rockets come out. Another set of rockets will finally do Frantic Lobster in, and that's going to be a huge lead coming out from Fragile Smile. He has a whole extra round to give, and with how even these players have been, that's just a nice, comfortable lead to have. The problem, however, is that, again, it's a roulette. It's a test of how well you can play all the picks that are available. And that's going to be another Atlas down for Smile.
We're not ahead by much. Let's pick up the pace.
Fragile Smile this time going to lock in the North Star. We saw earlier on Colony, his opponent tried to use the... Actually, I should say on Eden, how he used the North Star was able to kite very well. Fragile Smile opting to wait for the battery pull, trying to see if we can find a gooster with the cluster missile. Doesn't seem that batteries have been claimed on either side. Fragile Smile trying to scout out this right side area in case his opponent does decide to show up. Tethers have been claimed. Fragile Smile knows exactly where his opponent is. Decides not to place more tethers on the ground. North Star typically is going to want to place as much tethers as possible as they come up. And he's going to come face to face with a Legion. Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure Fragile Smile saw his life flash before his eyes. But thankfully, he gets out unscathed. The problem is that he's in a very awkward spot against this Legion. And he's, a matter of fact, he's a little too close. Opts to dash back in. Surprisingly, the second power shot doesn't land. Double tether to cover his one side. Fragile Smile is probably just going to peek the same angle again, as Lobster seems to keep guessing that he would go somewhere else. That was a cluster missile on the ground. Dash from a Legion to get up somewhere. He is on the box. Dash power shot is good. Number one. Fragile Smile already down half his health, but now he's the one that has to play aggressively. He'll punish the dash, but the Legion is more than okay with the trade, given the health advantage. Fragile Smile playing aggressive, but he gets power shot again. He's already doomed. Fragile Smile not able to build distance away from this Legion and play the long game. Instead, he keeps trying to settle things in a heads-up fight, in which North Star is just not going to win that. Another power shot comes out, and the North Star goes down. Frantic Lobster evening up the round count 2-2. This is going to be very interesting, mainly because of the fact that the closer that rounds get, Smile still is going to have to, as I was about to say, he's going to have to pick the Ronin eventually. He's shown that he technically can play it, but it's not comfortable for him. As we saw how, I believe against LSD, how he wasn't able to clutch out one of the rounds with the Ronin. Actually, no, he played against Veneto in the final game, wasn't able to clutch it out with the Ronin. But however, he's going to go up against a Tone, so this is a Ronin feeding ground for him. Throws both the Arc Wave. Unfortunately, not able to do much damage with his initial assault. Decides to back off, which is going to be a very difficult time for him. On the opposite end, Frantic Lobster is going to be the Tone fighting the Ronin. Does get most of the Ronin's cooldown, gets his phase, and Ronin has no movement, meaning that he's gonna have a harder time aggressing on a Tone. Tone still with shields, by the way. Fragile Smile not able to pin down the Tone for himself and start aggression. He has 2 locks to his name. A Sonar will more than likely get him the 3rd one. Here comes the Sonar. Arclip comes out. Has to use the phase. Good sword block as well, though, however, in case Rockets did come and rain through and track him through phase. And it's gonna, instead of being aggressive, Frantic Lobster's gonna be the one that's aggressive. It's a good amount of splash damage. Frantic Lobster pops Salvo Core, but the problem is that Fragile Smile has nowhere to go against Tone. Tries to get the rip. Sword Core is now online. What kind of outplay do you have, Fragile Smile? Health bar is depleting. Makes the melee. Gets another good melee. Gets the Doom. Survives. Fragile Smile can still win this game. But he didn't play aggressive and try to get the rip with the Sword Core ending. Now Fragile Smile is in a very questionable position. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do here. Tracking Rockets will rain down. He actually does circle through the back end. Fragile Smile had a way back into the game, but he didn't take it. And that's going to be a round lead for his opponent. Fragile, he has to not get flustered. He can still win this set. All he needs to do is pull together for 2 more rounds. Ops is still locking the Ronin. Fortunately, got a bad phase dash who's going to bonk the wall a bit, so his pull's going to be a little slow. But this time he just hopes for an equal bat exchange between both parties. Fragile is actually going to all in towards Frantic Titan, and he's going to find it. He's going to do a ton of damage. Opts for the melee and an Arc Wave. Got a ton of core just from that alone. Fragile's holding Sword Block, but I don't think he knows that you can't Sword Block Siphon. Monarch isn't really going to look to throw that much aggressive damage at you. It's more DPS and damage over time. Fragile Smile really doesn't need to be holding Sword Block this much. He can just outright play aggressively, especially with the health advantage he's given, but instead he wants the Monarch to push him, similar to the Colony game that he had earlier. One Siphon is good. Can he get the second one so it can be better? Fragile Smile opts to play patient. Again, the thing is that you can't Sword Block the Siphon. Like, yes, you can Sword Block all the Exo 16, you can Sword Block all of other Monarchs' damage, but Siphon is going to do what it's going to do regardless. So Sword Blocking it honestly makes you an easier to hit target. Fragile Smile still playing patient, 1 minute 30 on the clock, but the problem is that the Monarch, by playing this passively, Monarch getting his stuff back, and as Ronin, you're eventually going to start taking damage, as we see right here. Arc Wave 1 misses, Arc Wave 2 lands, Fragile Smile with the Sword Core, opts looks for the all-in, 1 melee is good, finds the second melee, Siphons plus Rocket combo, doesn't get the Doom, good punch coming out from the Lobster, and the Lobster's one will kick down the Ronin, and that's going to be the end of that losers semis match. Fragile Smile, unfortunately, couldn't find the way to finish it off. The Monarch survives, and the Monarch does him in. Fragile Smile will be eliminated from the tournament. as Frantic Lobster will now get his run back versus Veneno. Right now, we're going to wait for both players to... One of the players send me an invite, either Veneno or Mr. Lobster, as a new lobby will be created. But that's going to conclude our losers semis. So now we're going to move straight on to our losers finals. Just to remind everybody in the chat, losers finals is 2 out of 3. Only grand finals is 3 out of 5. So right now, I just wait for an invitation for our losers finals matchup. We're going to have a run back of what we saw initially towards the earlier side of the tournament, in which we saw this matchup specifically, Veneno versus Frantic. Veneno kited him around Eden, whereas on Boomtown it was a lot closer. Now, can Frantic beat Veneno? It's possible. More than doable. Regardless, I'm going to move on. Went straight to Boomtown. We saw how this matchup played out previously, where Veneno actually almost fell on the Boomtown matchup. But now, Frantic will have another chance. So we're going to find out, can he do it? Frantic being the underdog here, of course Veneno has shown time and time again that he's been able to top these kinds of style of events, both on, well, mainly on the Xbox side of things, but again, back on his home turf. Probably feeling a little bit more comfortable. Unless, of course, he's settled in well in the Xbox. And so, here we are. Lobster versus Veneno. Losers finals, game 1. The run back for the Lobster. Veneno opts to stick with the Ion early. More than likely, Lobster's going to do the same. Again, this is kind of a classic that we've seen, just both players opting to pick the Ion immediately out the gate, which I'm very surprised about. Again, just Ion's overall matchup spread is not great, but it's specifically in ones, but overall she is a very well-balanced Titan. Lead shot comes out, doesn't find the mark. Lead shot again, still doesn't find the mark. No punish on these melee cancels as well, even though Veneno has pinned himself on the map twice. But I'm kind of curious where Lobster has opted to go. He's been pinning himself on the map a lot. Lobster, I don't think has yet. Not sure exactly. Veneno looking frantically for his opponent, and the Frantic Lobster will show up. Gets one siphon, gets a punch for himself as well. Not sure if his tripwires landed or not, but Frantic Lobster opts to select the Monarch against the Ion early, trying to get an early lead. Great siphon. Double dashes come out. Great hold from Ben to deny even more shields coming out from the Monarch. Laser shot is good. Will find the damage. Opsi Splitter him, trying to do as much damage as he can. Veneno will get the laser core online. Frantic Lobster will get the upward core, meaning he'll get bullets. Veneno takes an eject. Very smart play from Vent. Normally you would think there that an eject just automatically leads you the round, but Veneno was dead anyway. The punch was coming. He tried to get the Doom with the laser core and then perhaps kill him with eject damage, but Frantic Lobster's gonna have too much health. He'll survive. And that will be the first round for him. Again, Lobster plays 1v1s, plays well. And Veneno was no slouch either. Veneno gonna run it back again with the Ion. He wants this pick gone and out of the way until he feels like he needs to change something else. Lobster, I wonder what he'll opt to select now. He might select the Ion himself now. And if he does win, he will push himself to a 2-0 lead. Veneno this time aggressively tries to play mid, and he's going to run straight into Lobster's Ronin. Veneno immediately dashing away, using all of his energy. And now, he's going to come face to face with Lobster's Ronin. Great block on a double arc wave. Lobster not going to get that much value out of it, and the shotgun shots don't land on their mark either. Again, Lobster not very comfortable on the Ronin. I like that strategy from Veneno. Opted to re-embark, disembark so that he shot is good. Nice juke on the arc wave. Again, Lobster is having a hard time just pinning down Ven outright with the Ronin. Goes for the punch. Tries to get some shotgun damage in. Does find it. The problem, however, is that Lobster is down so much life as Veneno lands another laser shot. Punch is good from Ronin. The thing with Ronin is that Ronin is still very good about Horizon Ion. However, Ronin's health pool is very limited because the sword block can't exactly save you from damage. Laser shot is good. Lobster does get Doom. And Veneno does find the rip. Veneno gonna even up the round count. We are moving on with the round count. Veneno's this time going to lock in the North Star. Has the overcore, meaning that he's going to be able to play aggressively, and with enough shots land, he'll be able to outright execute whatever Titan's in front of him with the flight core. Veneno looks for the hover shot, looks to the left. Doesn't seem to find the target he wants to hit. Does clutch the battery, meaning that he will get free battery control, but he's coming face to face again with another Ronin. Veneno already down half his life. Already down half his life, getting chased further down against this Ronin. He's already missing 90%. He has to be very careful, depending on how far he wants to walk up. He needs to build distance from the Ronin and build life advantage slowly but surely. Instead, he hovers a little aggressively, and that's going to cost him a Doom bar. Now charging up another shot. The thing is, however, is that if the Ronin gets crit once, it could be a dramatically different game. Ronin opts to use the phase. Arc wave. Shotgun shots will come down. And that is going to be the end of Veneno's North Star, losing to Frantic Lobster's Ronin, surprisingly.
Halftime.
Transferring systems to manual operation.
Veneno not ready for the Ronin to just show up. Usually the thing with Titanfall is that listening for sounds and audio cues is a very prominent thing you can do because Titans are very loud. Veneno used his hover early, stuck around a little too long, got caught by the Ronin, and instead of opting to build space and disengage, he instead just opts to stand his ground. And by standing his ground, he just slowly but surely dies. Lobster doesn't really need to do much in that situation to hunt him down, and he'll find the kill. Lobster up 2-1 over Ven. Ven, the person who sent Lobster into losers. Veneno now playing the tone, gonna get the battery and gonna get back in. Unfortunately, Lobster missed the Gooser. so he's not going to be able to find it. And now is stuck playing Ion into Tone. And I say stuck, but the thing is that Lobster has shown that he can play the Ion very well. And while Tone beats Ion, Veneno has to be very careful with how he throws these tracking rockets. Lobster's gonna catch those for sure. Very nice awareness on him. Veneno has the turbo engine, so he's gonna be able to play the peak game with the Ion. Doesn't opt to punish the laser shot. So now Ven is gonna be stuck in a little bit of an awkward situation, but get the lock on. That's the most important thing you can have in this matchup. Does hit the Ion. Ion did catch the rockets. Doesn't find the reflex, however. Ooh, he might find that one. Unfortunately, did not. He'll find the tripwire that time. Tracking rockets do not find the mark. Again, Ven is playing with fire with the way he's firing these rockets just one after the other. These reflexes barely haven't been landing by Lobster. It feels as if Veneno might be the frantic one here. Sonar is good. Particle Wall has already been used, however. Veneno is already down half his mag, so he might have to take a reload soon. Laser shot punish is good, but tracking rocket punish might have been better. Lobster with a great dash laser shot. Veneno still doesn't have the lock on yet. One more shot. Tracking rockets out. Veneno does get the Salvo Core online, so he can look to punish his Ion if his Ion decides to play aggressively. Especially with the fact that he's built a phenomenal life lead just by outright forcing his way through his opponent. Veneno, understanding where the Ion is going to look to pull the battery, and he'll get it. And now Frantic Lobster, who has decided to walk up, will die because the Salvo Core will outright kill him off the game. And that's going to be an even round count for Veneno. Now, round count sits at 2-2. The question is, who gets to fight LSD? Both these players come in neck and neck with each other. As Veneno will lock in the North Star once again. He didn't find success with it earlier, but this time he's not going to have a Ronin jumping him to worry about. Unless, of course, his opposition finds the opportunity to get in on him. North Star Mirror is the answer here, as we saw that cluster missile come out from the other angle. Hover shot, both players missed. I don't believe any real damage has been landed yet. Unfortunately, Ven had another shot lined up there for a split second. Couldn't find it. Veneno throwing a lot of railgun shots at various different spaces, trying to just catch any tiny bit of his opponent sticking out. Tried to find that one, but the roof was in the way. Thankfully lands the fadeaway shot. His opponent didn't land the full charge. Opponent might land the full charge here, and he will, punishing Veneno's aggression, and he'll get forced out towards bottom mid. Hover peak, I believe. Ben tried to find the shot, couldn't find it. Hover peak, unfortunately not. Actually, no, he opted to use the specific hover spot to bully Ven. Unfortunately, Frantic Lobster's going to miss the shot, and because of him missing the shot, he's going to give him some battery control. Veneno recognizing his opportunity to pull, but the North Star is actually right there. Actually, Frantic Lobster is opted to just punch Veneno rather than shoot him. That's a huge damage loss. As a matter of fact, a ton of core for Veneno. Lobster needs to be careful how he pops his hover now, because if he pops his hover at the wrong time, Veneno will get flight core and will kill Lobster outright. He can look to do it right here, actually. Instead, Veneno will look for more dash peaks, and he will not take the flight core. Dash peak for dash peak. Frantic Lobster comes out on top of that one. Veneno's going to take another one. Dash peaks for both North Stars. Both North Stars end up missing. Veneno has to wait out this cluster move if he wants to play aggressively once again. One shot can decide this game. Veneno uses all of his movement. Still has the hover available, however, if he wants to use that as well. Dash. Misses. Frantic Lobster holds the shot. Very genius play by Frantic, letting Veneno exhaust all his resources before taking the shot of his own, as well as mitigating damage with his own movement. Veneno needs to find the Doom right here, right now. Does find the shot. Frantic Lobster has one shot. He needs to find one more. Veneno, can you find the crit? Can't find the crit. 6 seconds remain on the clock. Veneno with a pixel. He's trying to end it. Cluster missile so close in doing him in. Both players opt to not finish out the shootout. And that's going to be a draw on Boomtown.
Systems transferred to pilot.
Lobster just one more shot away from taking the North Star mirror over Veneno. Couldn't find it. He didn't even need to hit a full charge shot either. He could have just hit a partially charged and he would have been able to win that run. Veneno once again running back the North Star. But the question is Lobster going to do the same? Veneno hover peeking over the right, trying to see what he can see. Instead, tries to look mid. And Lobster is on the North Star. Ooh, Veneno actually gets a good cluster missile, but actually somehow doesn't get the pilot. He'll get punished slightly, but he'll heal that health right back up, as he does have a good amount of damage on a Frantic Lobster early. Frantic Lobster is going to need to be the one that makes the comeback now. Veneno playing aggressive, tries to look for a dash shot, but fortunately hits a tree that time. Veneno still playing very aggressively. He wants to be able to end the North Star that grew with him. Now taking a bit more of a backseat approach. Trying to find the shot onto his hovering enemy. Can't find it. Veneno will secure the second battery, however, and his opponent seems to be getting out at a really bad time. Cluster Missile to deny himself from getting back into his Titan, and Veneno will just take the harass and take all this free damage. Frantic Lobster only needs one shot, however, so he actually does make it back into the North Star, so he still has a chance at this game. One shot is good for Frantic Lobster, a second one will deny all of his shields. But however, as I said before, Frantic Lobster had to use the hover, but actually builds the flight core so he himself will survive. Tries the flight core Ven in return, then eats a decent amount of damage, but gets the hover off. Both North Star flight cores have been used. Both shots at the very end will miss. Veneno throws a tether, tries to find a dash shot. No, he was just too far off. Decides to send in the cluster missile and wait another railgun shot for his trouble. Frantic Lobster, can you find the Doom? Frantic Lobster sticks around, can't find the Doom. And now Veneno is the one that is trying to put the hurt on the North Star that is hanging out in mid. Frantic Lobster does get doomed there. I believe Veneno actually landed that phenomenal flick shot. Dash peek, couldn't find it that time. Even with the sonar ping helping him out. Understands where the North Star is, tries to look for another one. Does find a shot. Can he find one more shot? Frantic Lobster doing his best. Frantic Lobster impression, trying to shoot him as he can, but no, Frantic Lobster will fall down. And Veneno, he'll take a 3-2 lead on Boomtown. Friendly reminder, this is game 1. We're not even at game 2 yet.
Keep pushing, pilot. We're barely ahead.
Veneno locking in the Ronin immediately. He's going to opt to end this last round swiftly. Gonna go for the battery pull. Is Frantic Lobster here to goose with something? No, he is not. So the batteries will be exchanged in this overall Ronin's favor. And Frantic doesn't have a Monarch available to pick to him, so I'm not sure what he's going to opt to select. He could select the Legion similar to a story as last time and maybe try to win with that. But even if he wins to the Legion, what is the next pick? Frantic Lobster selects the Ion. This is a rough situation. Ion versus Ronan. Frantic Lobster is hanging out on a good position to defend himself, but the problem is that he's not going to be able to sway Ronan's aggression as Ronan comes up here and lands a good amount of damage early. Into not too much level of damage. Frantic Lobster is doing, again, Frantic Lobster is doing a great job of mitigating damage so far. Unfortunately, everything is slowly but surely falling apart from him as Stormcore comes out. Frantic Lobster is going to do his best to block Rage Out from Ven, just blocking the tripwire, denying any and all options of Frantic Lobster to come back into the game. That will be game 1 of Losers Semis. 1-0 for Veneno. Now will be Lobster's map pick. But again, we've seen Lobster come pretty close. Had that North Star round gone the other way, he would have been the one sitting in the lead. But that is not what ended up happening. I said it will be Veneno taking the lead, then Veneno locking in the road, and Veneno finishing the job. So now, how does Lobster adjust? Again, despite what the score said, it's not over. And that first game was intense. So Lobster still has a fighting chance, but now he needs to select his next map carefully. So I'm wondering where he will bring Ven next. A lot of comfort picks for people have been the Colony, the Complex. We've seen Lobster struggle with more battery control specific maps. So I'd imagine he'd want a more 2-bat map for himself. Never mind, he actually opts for the 3-bat map. He will select Angel City. Maybe Ven actually knew and decided to take the 2-bat maps away from him. So instead, he's going to go to AC for himself. This is going to be a little rough, as we've seen how on Eden that Frantic kind of struggles with battery control. But he's going to have to make that adjustment right here and now if he wants to continue in this tournament. Game 2. 1-0 for Ven. Frantic Lobster versus Veneno continues. Frantic Lobster opts to take the North Star early. With that early tether ping, that means that Veneno's going to know exactly which way he's going. Frantic Lobster trying to see what he could find on the right side of the map, as both batteries will be exchanged. The problem, however, is that Veneno got the better exchange out of the two, as if you exchange right, one person gets mid, the other person gets the other side of the battery, and it's 2-1 overall, which is not your favor. So Lobster's already to be down in core. However, he is the Titan that can dissuade aggression through positioning. However, Ion is already landing this mid-range damage output. Veneno opposite, disembark, re-embark, but unfortunately Lobster doesn't find the punish. The other situation that Lobster is in is that Lobster will not be able to build the flight core, mainly because of the fact he has the turbo engine and how much life he's missing. Great shot by Lobster. That's gonna get him started towards building that flight core. as he can look for an alt-right execute towards Ven, but Ven is, with the amount of damage that Ven has landed, even now at this point, Laser Core will be a factor. Lobster played aggressively there, lost already half his health. Has to punish this next laser shot, unfortunately doesn't find it. Veneno more than likely might just take up this entire lane by storm if he wants, likely hanging out on top of crouch dash location. Actually doesn't, opts to play more patient. Veneno immediately gets out for a battery in front of Lobster, but Lobster doesn't find the Gooster or the punish, or that much of a punish either. The Laser Core will be online, meaning that the North Star, even if she gets Flight Core, she's not going to be able to win the game. Great dash shot from Veneno. It's going to find even more damage on the Lobster. Like I've said before, Lobster's been struggling to control these batteries. And that's what's ending up to do him in. He gets out in front of a Laser Coring Ion, and well, we know how all this story ends. Lobster gonna win, or not, excuse me, Lobster gonna lose that first round of Veneno.
Airborne systems are in your control, pilot.
Here we are, round 2. Lobster this time trying to get the Ronin out the way. But again, the question comes down to how does he want to exchange batteries? Does he want to exchange one or does he want to exchange two? He will get mid actually this time, deciding to just pull it right in front of Ven. Ven will get a bit of a punish, and Ven himself will lock in the Ronin early. No Arclips come out, and Ven will overall win the trade. Unblocked shotgun shots, however, will change the dynamic of the matchup. Lobster needs to get in and contest this battery immediately, and he will find a lot of great damage on the Veneno. Veneno already taking half his health, but Veneno, I'm pretty sure, is very confident in his Sword Core versus Lobster. Sword Core 1 comes out, Sword Core 2 comes out. Look for a swing. Lobster holding a lot of Sword Block instead of trying to look for melees on his own. Veneno smartly defends himself. Lobster not aware of the situation. Because of that, Lobster's going to get melee boxed, and Lobster's going to get doomed. Veneno doesn't even have to finish the job. Opts to just play away and play passively, utilizing his lead. Veneno still can't find the end of the game, and Veneno still opts to reset. He's respecting Lobster. He knows that if he gives Lobster an opportunity, he will come back into the game. So instead, Veneno will just play advantage, and he'll secure a second round for himself.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
They're hitting us hard, but we can still win this thing.
Friday Lobster gonna lock in the Ronin once again as he's down 2 rounds to Ven. And now he's gonna come against Ven's North Star. Opt to throw an Arc Wave with a safe phase, doesn't take that much damage to himself. Friday Lobster will get the mid battery. This is a very good sign for himself. Now he's going to try to rotate towards his other battery, but he might get shot in the back. No, instead, actually, Ven opts to hold his shot. Lobster, not sure what that car firing was about, but he will eat some damage for that. As now, the good news for Lobster is that Lobster has 2 batteries to Ven's 1, meaning that he can eventually get Sword Core if he punishes him correctly. The bad news is that he has to make distance, and this entire mid building might as well just be a slice of cheese. Bunch of different cheese holes that you can peek through with the North Star Railgun and do essentially free damage to Ronin. Ven's still looking for it, still using this mid area as his own shooting gallery. Veneno, however, is in front of Lobster. Each one Arc Wave And unfortunately, Lobster, not able to find the aggression, decides to back off. But Lobster needed to go in there and start doing damage to Ven. Lobster could have also punished that battery pull, but again, the lack of control coming up from Lobster might be what doesn't it. Ven doesn't get the goose, however, meaning that Veneno will get the flight core, but Lobster's full health, and he can still build sword core. He can probably build sword core at this point just by taking damage if he wanted to. Lobster takes his time, but he has to make a play. He's already 1 minute left, and he has to mitigate a flight core, and still has to build a sword core of his own. Unfortunately, that's an unblocked shot. And Lobster's still playing passively. Lobster, you need to turn around. You need to do damage. Maybe the strat from Lobster this time is that he's recognized that he wants to just go for a draw and try again, but I highly doubt Ven's going to let him do that, and there's the shot over the wall. Gonna get the shot on the Lobster. Now Lobster's the one that needs to play aggressively. Veneno, unaware of Lobster's positioning. Lobster trying to look for an arc wave instead of going in with the shotgun shots. Circle comes out, but he bought Circle too early. He ate himself a good amount of flight core damage. Because of that, Ven will successfully kite away from the Ronin, and he will win another round for himself.
Taking a beating. Let's turn this around.
Veneno sitting 3-0 over Lobster. Lobster needs to win straight 4 rounds if he wants to keep his tournament life alive. Veneno on the Monarch, gonna find the Ion, but Frantic Lobster already hitting 2 laser shots back to back. That's gonna be a huge life lead for him. That Siphon is not that big of a deal, to be honest, mainly because of the fact that Frantic Lobster doesn't have any shields. But instead, batteries will be exchanged. Lobster gonna get the field bat. Lobster gonna get field bat as Veneno actually sneakily pulled the mid battery. Veneno gonna get another battery for himself as the Monarch. I kind of like that decision from Lobster to just not laser shot and hold his energy. Sure, he would have got a bit more damage output and maybe would have gotten laser core in the long run, but the fact that Monarch doesn't get his shields back and Ion has a very difficult time of taking off Monarch shields might have been the better play. Frantic Lobster trying to play the peek game, but again, I don't think he knows all the different angles you can peek in mid. Great block on the Siphon. Miss on the late shot, however, unfortunate. Slight exchange happens on the left side, but however, not really much in terms of damage has been exchanged yet, as we're already winding down to half of the round timer. Veneno, however, he's now in a great spot. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage to this Ion soon, because the Ion is already out of energy. Veneno's going to look to pull the battery. No, instead opts to fake out Frantic Lobster. Frantic Lobster gets a nice reflect there, but now the chain gun damage is going to start adding up, as Veneno is now playing aggressive on a Frantic Lobster. Lobster not unable to hold his ground, as he's just getting bullied by this Monarch. Great punch coming out from Ven. Rockets and Reflect are good, and that's not even a laser core. The problem is that Monarch has upgrade core. Monarch's able to mitigate a lot of this damage. Surprisingly enough, though, Ion survives. The thing is, Ven's able to play this high ground, so he's not going to be able to get ripped. Chain gun almost completely does Lobster in, but the E-Smoke is good enough. Actually, no, it's the rocket salvo that will kill him. And even though Ven traded, he killed the Ion. That's the only reason why the tripwires went off. And that's going to be the end of Losers Semis. Or Losers Finals, excuse me. Veneno taking 4 rounds straight over Frantic Lobster. Frantic Lobster doing his best What an absolute intense game 1. Game 2, not his favorite at all. Grand finals coming up. We're going to have LSD versus Veneno. Two of the favorites of the tournament. But LSD is going to be the one that sits in the winner's side of Grand finals. So Ven is going to need to win 2 different 3 out of 5s if he wants to win this tournament. So here we are. Veneno on one side, LSD on the other. Earlier in this tournament, we saw LSD take it over Ven. That's why he's sitting on the winner side of Grand Finals. But it was not without resistance from Ven. Friendly reminder how the winner's final set ended is that Complex, LSD decided to play the Uno reverse card on a Ven and actually decided to goose him on his battery. Ven did it one round, LSD did another, and LSD walked away the victory on Complex. So now we're going to see what kind of strats these players decide to bring to the table. As stated before, Veneno needs to win 2 sets of 3 out of 5. LSD only got to win 1. We've seen a lot of bracket resets here in TBT. As a matter of fact, we've seen a lot of reversals here in TBT. However, we're going to find out if LSD is going to close it out in 1 set. And it seems that Dry Dock is the selection. And we're going immediately straight in to Grand Finals, Game 1. LSD on winner's side. Veneno coming from losers.
Pilot control initiated. Seek out targets and destroy them.
Dry Dock is an interesting style 1v1 map, mainly due to the fact that obviously both Titans can just outright fight mid, but once you're in mid, you're kind of stuck in mid. You can contest the whole way battery technically, but it's a very difficult contest. But, of course, there's also the side batteries. And unlike Angel City, there's a lot less room to move around. Nano is going to fight LSD straight up with the Ion into the Legion. Nano so far losing the trade. Matter of fact, he's going to lose the trade twice. Nano already missing a good amount of his health bar. LSD has to take a reload. Because LSD has to take a reload, Nano smartly grabs the battery, trying to fight his way back into this round. All Nano needs is one good reflect. LSD needs to play very patient here. LSD doing his best, trying to get damage in so he can build the smart core. Now Veneno has to be very careful about his aggression choices. However, Veneno, I think at this point, he technically can play past it. Smart core is activated, but the problem is LSD already fed with the into a vortex shield, and because of that, I have to activate the gun shield, the gun shield to defend himself, but he's not going to have the ability to melee. So instead, Veneno is going to be the one to win that first round. LSD unfortunately chose to feed the vortex, drain more of that vortex meter by being patient, but no, instead tried to go for a high roll maneuver. Doesn't work out. Venom this time gonna select the Monarch. He's trying to count on LSG selecting the Ion again. Venom gonna get this mid battery with the quad dash Monarch. Does get punished a little bit by LSG, so LSG technically has health damage. The problem is that LSG is stuck in front of a Monarch as an Ion. So far his do explode, however, which gives him a good amount of damage. LSG, however, sits and tanks all of this E-smoke damage. LSG doing a phenomenal job of defending himself so far against Ven's Monarch. That rocket salvo almost tripped the tripwire. If that tripwire would have tripped, it would have been absolute danger for Ven. Ven now is going to look for this battery kill, but LSD already around the corner, already ready to punish. LSD gonna do a ton of damage to Ven's Titan. Now Ven gonna shoot LSD for what it's worth. Ven is likely close to the upgrade core. The problem is LSD hasn't been able to reset for his energy meter to come back up, but he might not need to as Lismo comes out. Upgrade core is, however, better. Ven LSD doesn't take the eject, so Veneno will get the rip and the kill. I'm wondering if LSD taken the eject and Veneno went for that dash punch, could the eject damage have maybe killed Veneno instead before LSD? Regardless, however, that's not how that story ends. Veneno's going to sit at a comfortable 2-0 lead.
They don't stand a chance.
LSD has tried the Ion and the Legion. So far, Veneno has been pulling ahead when it comes to the Titan picks. Veneno got a little bit of bad movement at round start, so now he's going to be a little slow to this battery, but he's going to go for it anyway. Veneno got the mid battery. He recognizes that LSG is getting one of the side batteries, so he's going to rotate towards the other side battery. A similar Angel City exchange. But he's going to get slightly punished by this Ion, as LSG is still rocking the Ion. But now he has to, he's up against a tall task. He has to fight a Ronin with not one, but two batteries. This Ronin is super juiced. And not only that, he's going to have to also deal with the Sword Core. But as I say that, LSD is playing phenomenally against Veneno. Veneno opts to reset and get his cooldowns back so that he can look for further aggression because he has the double overflow kit rather than the anomaly kit. Shotgun shots haven't been able to find the mark for Ven. Only found one, but regardless, even with all the damage he missed, does get the Sword Core. Play box from LSD, he's probably going to delay melee. Yeah, he did! But LSD playing phenomenally! Actually builds Laser Core as well! Then accepts the fact that he has been outplayed and lost, despite the fact he had two batteries to start, then will fall down to LSD's Ion!
Halftime.
Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenally played by LSD, but Ven had a lot of opportunities where he could have did damage with his lead wall, but too many shots missed will do him in. And on top of that, great job with the melee boxing coming up from LSD, denying Ven's Sword Core. Even with all the missed damage, the two batteries still gave him Sword Core. And LSD beautifully defends himself and gets himself on the board. Veneno takes himself on the map, but he decides to get the side battery, as I believe LSD, his opponent, has claimed mid. Ronin Mirror is now on the table. Arcwave melee combo from LSD, taking immediate action. Veneno tried to look for a melee of his own, but can't find it. Also can't find the Arcwave either, so and now he's down a decent amount of health plus shields. Throwing his shotgun shots to the wind as a hard read. Hasn't finished reloading either. LSD with a commanding lead in this Ronin 1v1. Veneno trying his best to claw his way back. LSD with a phenomenal bait on that melee Sword Core activated. One Sword Core swing is good, second Sword Core swing is better, third Sword Core swing will seal the deal! LSD coming out, taking it to Ven's Ronin in a heads-up display. LSD has crawled back, and now he's evened up the round count in a 2-2 for this first game of Grand Finals. However, Ven still has the Ronin pick. He's been denied twice, but he might look to pick it again, and yes, he does. He does pick it for a third time. He really wants to take this round lead with it. LSD getting mid. Veneno getting the side bat. This seems to be the exchange for these two players. However, this time LSD is not to be seen in mid. Instead, the fight might shift towards this hallway side. LSD's Monarch has been sighted. Veneno will close the distance, but actually the Arc Whip doesn't land. LSD gets all the way out. Phase boost incoming. One siphon is good. He's already used the rearm, however. And Veneno, unfortunately, he throws the Arc Wave in a very unfortunate angle. That Arc Wave will not land. And because of that, he doesn't get the aggression that he's looking for. By the way, this is a phenomenal pick from LSD. You can tell that these two players know each other. Veneno trying his best to run it down with the Ronin. LSD immediately wanting to halt Veneno. Picking the Monarch out the gate. Time is being warmed up. Melee cancel has been launched. I don't know exactly where LSD is. He actually does punish the melee cancel, and he now gets in, lands a good amount of... Actually, no, he actually doesn't land that much damage, and he's going to lose half for his trouble. LSD just beaming him with his Exo 16, doing as much damage as he can. And I'm trying to get the Sword Core online. Sword Core is online. LSD is now out of ammo. He needs to look for bullets and bait, he needs to look to bait melees. Instead, Veneno will cancel his Sword Core early, but LSD didn't drop down, and because LSD didn't drop down, he's here to contest the mid battery, and that is going to spell doom for Veneno. Veneno thought he scared LSD off the platform, and if he had, he would have been able to secure the mid battery for himself and potentially build up to another Sword Core had he had enough time to do that. But LSD holds his ground, isn't scared, understands that he is more than okay with taking a heads-up fight in that engagement. Because he held there, finds the desperate pull, shuts down Veneno. Veneno has been shut out, speaking of which, for 3 rounds now. But he's still going to run the Ronin. But he's going to come up against the Northstar. I like this pick from LSD a lot because now he has the ability to push up and rotate towards this battery if Veneno wants to try and grab it. And Veneno will look for it, but he's going to eat a nice punish from the Northstar. Actually, no, Protocol 3 has been engaged. Protect the pilot. Somehow, the Northstar didn't... Actually, say the Ronin jumped out at a round and protected itself. Veneno's got to be thanking his stars for that one, as now the game is very much in Veneno's favor, as he's going to hold this mid area, and by holding mid specifically, he's going to eventually want to build up to that one battery pull. Earthquake plus phase has been used, gets rid of the tether, takes the reload. The problem with Northstar is that Northstar doesn't really have a good angle into mid. She can cluster the battery, yes, by hovering over the back house. And LSD will take that option. Very great heads-up play from LSD. The problem is, however, is once his cluster missile is out of play, he needs to go and pull the other battery if he wants to keep core relatively even, but he won't be able to find it. Veneno now is a very healthy Ronin who has had a grand total of 3 batteries. He has had breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and now he's trying to feast for forts on the Northstar. Phenomenal pull from LSD. He's going to take some damage, but the Veneno has no way to sword for this Northstar at the moment. So now, both Titans, I think, are overall relatively even in health advantage. Yes, both Titans are completely even. They're still full health. 50 seconds on the clock, and both Striders are full health. LSD doing his best to kite as Sword Core has been activated. The problem is LSD is really far, and he has a very good flight core angle from this specific location. LSD opts to take the hover, takes the shot. Cluster missile is good. Veneno wasn't able to even land any damage with the Flight Core. Again, there's 30 seconds left, and nobody has taken any health damage. Veneno gets mid-battery. That's going to replenish his shields for sure. Veneno going to look for aggression on LC, but the problem is LC can put a Flight Core and look for a turnaround, but he doesn't opt to. Instead, he opts to just shoot. He's in a very awkward spot. LSU's going to eat 2 arc waves. He's going to eat a shot too. Shot for shot. Tit for tat. The lead wall should out-damage the railgun here unless Veneno gets hit. LSU going to dash the corner. Play aggressively. Finds the shot. Veneno's going to win the round just barely. LSD doesn't plop the Flight Core surprisingly when Veneno opted to play aggressively into him. I don't know if he didn't have it or if something else came up. I'm so surprised he didn't opt to just... I'm very sure that he had Flight Core. Oh, wow. That's how that run's gonna end. Veneno now this time gonna lock in the Tone, and he's gonna see what LSD opts to lock in. Tone, Mirror on Drydock. This one's going to be very interesting because there's a lot of different splash angles you can pull on Drydock. Lock-ons for both, tracking rockets from one, tracking rockets from the other. Nice, LSD held his salvo, so that means he's going to get max damage out of that. Ooh, LSD dropped his particle at last, so he can look for aggression on the Ven, but instead he'll pull mid and Ven will pull right. Core value still slightly in LSD's favor, doesn't opt to look to continuously be aggressive. Great arc grenade from Ven. He'll find himself a nice amount of shield damage with that. Trying to splash under the shield. I like the attempt. Unfortunately, not enough on an angle with the crate blocking the rest of the splash shots. Dragon rockets come out, but unfortunately, bad angle by Ven. That's going to hit the wall for sure. LSD is going to find a good amount of damage. Another set of lockout and blow up Ven's particle. While Ven is slowly but surely being bullied out of mid by LSD's Tone. LSD is going to fire another set of rockets. Great dodge from Veneno. Those rockets weren't really that delayed, and he was able to see them coming. Now LSD is playing this left side of the map, utilizing a semi-head glitch, plus doing, again, he's just outright, he went from bullying Ven out of mid to playing very passive to now just dominating Ven in neutral. Ven's trying to see if he can scout a greedy battery pull. LSD could actually pull this if he wants to, and he will. LSD can, or Veneno, can he find the shot? No. Veneno will get the battery. More than likely, this will guarantee salvo core for both players. No, actually, I don't think Ven got the salvo core online just yet. He might need to do a little bit of damage. LSD is so healthy, by the way. Veneno needs to make an aggressive move soon. He's only got a little over 60 seconds left on the clock. Great splash shot from LSD. Matter of fact, good rocket damage as well. It may have been partials, but any little bit of damage on a Ven is phenomenal damage. Veneno opts to back up, but LSD now will actually pull the trigger, and he will be the one. No, Veneno survives! But no, LSD will turn the corner, and instead of waiting for him to make the move, he will put him down. Good showing of map positioning and awareness from LSD. He's going to win that first game 4-3. What a phenomenal game one of Roulette 1v1s. 4-3. Final round between the two players. We saw tactics and plays coming out left and right. And again, we saw huge clutches. LSD. That one round with the Ion, absolute madman. Outplaying Ven, and he almost did it again, even in a situation with the North Star where Ven got 3 batteries. But Ven won that round with barely enough damage. And these players, they don't want to waste time. We're going straight into our next map. We're going straight to Eden, which I think is a very interesting selection. We've seen Eden like a decent amount this specific event. There's a bunch of different comfort picks for people, but surprisingly enough, I believe Veneto opted to select this map. LSD gonna lock in the Ronin early. No ion mirrors to be had round one. He's gonna do a very interesting fast pull style towards mid, as Ven will get right. So LSD knows exactly where he is, and he's already here to contest his ion. Arc wave plus shotgun damage is good. He's counting on Ven to sprint forward, and he'll punish him for sprinting forward and not having Vortex shield up for himself. Veneto needs to reload, which is a problem because now LSD is able to punish him for that as well. LSD now with the sword core phase plus sword core melee, comboing his ability as well. Gonna put the ion down for sure. No questions asked. Round one goes to LSD.
Pilot control initiated. Seek out targets and destroy them.
LSD now sets up one round and one game of advantage. Veneto is going to have to make some adjustments because right now LSD seems like he has a lot of momentum going for himself. LSD this time opts to select the ion. He's going to take this right side, see if he can snipe out Ven. Because this is where Ven was previously. Laser shot exchange is good for both players. Laser shot exchange again is good for both players. These players fighting tooth and nail just for any little bit of damage they can get. Third laser shot exchange more than likely is going to go Ven's favor. Very nice damage so far coming out from Ven. Ven doing a lot of damage even with all his abilities combined. He even held his spinner rifle, but Ven whipping one too many melees actually will end up killing him. He ended up pulling up a Reaper from the Kumite, whipping 3 different melees in a row, and because of that, LSD is able to come back in and win that round. Veneto tried once, he tried twice, he tried 3 times, but unfortunately, he couldn't grasp that round win that time. LSD gonna go up 2-0 on Eden. Surprisingly enough, Veneto had LSD dead to rights, but he tried to end the round what felt like too early. Instead of resetting, getting his abilities back, and then coming back to contest the battery, he tried to all in, and it didn't pay off. Speaking of things that have paid off, however, Veneto's aggression this time will pay off, catching LSD on this left side. Great shot by LSD. Man, both these players are just outright fighting each other. But Veneto will be winning right now the overall exchange. LSD recognizes he can't pull the battery as long as Veneto's in mid. Great play by the cover in mid. Veneto now winning by a ton of health. However, now that was made up quickly by the exchange in mid. Now Veneto will be doomed. Veneto needs to find a closeout for himself right now because if LSD wins this round, momentum is going to dramatically swing into his favor. Great dash shot from Ven, and great cleanup by him as well, denying LSD a crucial part of momentum and a 3-0 lead. Veneto coming on the board with a round of his own.
Halftime.
Things were looking a little dicey once Veneto got doomed. Because at that point, one shot, one charge crit would have been the end of his life. But Veneto plays confident, gets the round win, fighting his way back into this Eden game. Here we are. LSD now opts to select the Monarch, maybe trying to catch and see if Ven will select the Ronin as he likes to do typically on these later round scenarios. No, Veneto's an Ion. LSD will get a Siphon, but he's going to need 2 laser shots. That's going to definitely hurt him a lot. LSD tried his best to chip at the Vortex Shield. What kind of damage he looks like. Great tripwire placement from Ven, and LSD will get out for the battery and try to pull immediately. Recognizing that Ven is relatively low energy, not going to eat too much of a punish, especially at this point. I know LSD tried to find the goose with the rocket salvo, couldn't find it. LSD finds one Siphon, tries to find another, but can't find it. But he will get the second battery for sure. Ven not going to be able to contest this one, especially since he has a stim backup. Very nice weather from LSD. Unfortunately, he gets a bad disembark, but that basket score actually ended up saving him. Then he'll go pop the laser core. Upper close from LSD is going to be very good. Siphon as well. Gonna save him a lot of damage. Very nice movement from LSG against Veneno's Ion. Tripwire is going to trip. LSG going to go in for the punch. Only does one, however. Very nice discipline from LSG. Great job baiting Ven. Has the double dash at the ready. Instead, no, LSD is the one who gets greedy. And LSD is going to be the one that ends up getting punched. Clothesline to the dome. Veneno successfully defends himself against LSD. LSD threw that melee a little too early. And because of that, he ended up hitting the wall and not Ven. And Ven lives and will successfully this time grasp an even round count for himself on Eden. These players are fighting neck and neck, tooth and nail for any little bit of advantage that they can be given. LSD is the one that sits in the winner's side of Grand Finals, and he's going to be the one that's going to lock in this tone. This is a phenomenal pick against the Monarch. Ven just opts to eat tracking rocket damage and get the battery, but the problem is that at this point, I believe Tone is going to build Salvo Core no matter what happens. Matter of fact, LSD is the one that's fully aggressing on the Ven. Doesn't opt to punch. Matter of fact, his core gain is now going to be really slow, and he might just die. Never mind, Veneno hasn't taken the reload yet. Veneno's the one that gets doomed, and Veneno's going to be the one that actually survives. Veneno has upgrade core. Veneno survives another set of rockets. Veneno trying to leave and flee for his life. LSG, oh, he didn't find the last shot. Can he find this one? He does! LSD does this time finish the job. And he goes up 3-2 over Veneno. LSD needs one more round if he wants to make this a 2-0 Grand Finals for himself. However, that does not mean he's won yet. Again, sounding like a broken record, Grand Finals is 3 out of 5. Meaning that no matter what happens, we're going to play another game.
We're not ahead
But
by
I
much.
believe
Let's pick
LSD
up the
still
pace.
has the Ronin available. No, he's going to select the Monarch for himself. I think he's looking to just shut down Ven's potential Ronin pick. Veneno gets mid. LSD gets this right side battery. And now he needs to rotate quickly towards his other battery. Try to find anything he can do with whatever he's fighting. Whatever Titan he's fighting has melee cancelled, so it just might be... Oh, LSD having connection issues again. Unfortunate. Especially in this Grand Final set where things are about as tense as they can be. Yes, it's going to be the Monarch Mirror. LSD finds one siphon on a Ven. But then Ven finds the return siphon. LSG is currently banking on his rearm to come back up, so he can start playing aggressively with the second siphon. Unfortunately, can't find it. Now Veneno is the one. Does he miss? Veneno's now the one that's aggressing on the LSD. LSD will get this battery, but the thing is that Monarch... Oh no, Ven actually threw one of the siphons early. This means that he's at siphon disadvantage. LSD can now push in aggressively. He's more likely going to use the siphon relatively soon. Actually doesn't. Surprisingly, instead decides to just lay into Ven. Confident he'll go core first because of the fact he has a 2-battery advantage. Great drop from LSD, opting to disengage, but now doesn't hasn't popped the rearm yet. We'll pop the rearm actually after Van rearm. Very smart choice by LSD. He'll get the punch. He'll be the king of the land of Eden.
Good win, pilot.
LSD.
Great work.
4-2 on Eden. 2-0 set score. One more game for him and he'll win the whole tournament. Now, one more game for LSD and he will win the tournament. But Ven faltered a little bit on Eden, but it was still close. Look at the round scores. Game 1, 4-3. Game 2, 4-2. Quite frankly, it could still go either way. But Veneno has a large mountain to climb. Veneno is going to have to win not just one, but 2 whole sets against LSD. And surprisingly, Veneno has selected Exoplanet. That's not a problem for me because Exoplanet is easily one of my favorite Titanfall 2 maps just because this is another CQC style map. Very close quarters engagement, both batteries immediately in mid, both Titans having to stare each other down for them. But obviously one side technically has a fast pull. Depending on the specific Titan they pick and the specific spawn they get. But there's been a lot of optimizations on this map in terms of how to pull batteries on either side. So Veneno more than likely has something up his sleeve. Again, he has to win 3 whole games in a row if he wants to reset the bracket and continue this tournament. And Veneno was already going to start early with the Ion selection. The good news for Ven is that when it comes to halftime, he himself will get the good side. And as I stated before, remember that battery optimization I was talking about earlier? Veneno actually does find a way to pull the battery. And around the time LSD does, LSD immediately locking in the Legion. Great power shot from LSD. Gonna take away Ven's shield. However, he's shown how he plays this Ion. He plays very aggressively. Ooh, great call from LSD. LSD's gonna get smart core online, and Veneno needs to back away. Veneno not able to back away. He's gonna get doomed. Has no energy. Power shot unfortunately misses the mark. Veneno is doomed, but the problem is that the Legion, it has so much health. LSD even just takes a reload casually. But that's not gonna matter. Veneno can't get away. And he's gonna go down. LSD with the callouts on when Veneno wants to let go of the Vortex Shield will do him in. And Legion will win the heads-up fight. Veneno again gonna lock in the Ion. Surprisingly enough, hasn't looked to goose LSD on the battery. Instead, he himself will just pull the opposite side battery, but the way LSD got out, it's gonna be a little iffy if he dies. Veneno, I assume just taking his time to get back in. I assume those weren't really meant to be anything. LSD got the Ion selection of himself. Ion Mirror is now the call. Both Ions opted to just not block any damage. Both of them just opted to just fight mid. Tripwires come out from one, tripwires come out from the other. Those tripwires are going to explode, most likely to the E-smoke. Ooh, great call out by LSD, calling out Ven's melee, gets the laser shot for himself. Again, LSD knows Ven's tendencies. Laser core 1, laser core 2, laser core eject. Veneno will win that one. Here we are. Even a brown score on Exoplanet. I like this play from Veneno, selecting the North Star early. More than likely going to look for a... Never mind, actually just gonna opt to just get the battery from himself and get back in. I thought he was going to look for a hover shot over top and try to see if he can get the booster for himself, but no, he won't do that. Instead, he will take the North Star Mirror versus LSD. LSD surprisingly pulled out the North Star early. Great shot from LSD, gonna take away Veneno's shields, but I think, actually no, up until that shot, Veneno was winning, but no longer winning anymore. Hover peak is going to come around, gets the shot. LSD misses his, however, so Veneno is winning by a decent amount now. Veneno tried to find the dash B, couldn't find it. Looks to the peek hole. Ooh, LSD almost caught him for looking. Veneno looking at this left side. He's trying to count on LSD peeking out. Or railguns. Again, just both these players are moving very fast, so landing these railgun shots is actually very difficult. LSD, or Veneno misses that one. LSD has a charge shot of his own, but now Veneno's stuck in the tether. LSD will find the shot, and Veneno has no hover, and LSD knows that Flight Core comes out. Flight Core will rain down upon the North Star, giving her a taste of her own medicine. LSD wins the North Star mirror over Veneno.
Halftime.
Transferring systems to manual operation.
Now, LSD has secured himself a lead, but he still has to win 2 more rounds. And now sides are swapped, so
Barely ahead of us. We can do this.
the good news for Ben is that he has technically what's considered the better side. Already locking in the Monarch, immediately pulling the battery. Unfortunately, misses the battery. Thankfully, doesn't spell doom for him, as the battery on the other side hasn't been claimed yet by LSD. LSD picked Scorch! Ladies and gentlemen, LSD is playing Scorch. He got the battery, and he actually did a decent amount to Ven because of the fact that Ven stood in fire. LSD is winning against Monarch with Scorch. He blocked the other Siphon. LSD trying to play aggressive. Unfortunately, can't find the shot, however. Despite the start, however, LSD can still lose this game, but Ven is positioning very aggressively towards LSD, and LSD is going to execute him with the Flame Core! LSD pulling out Scorch in a grand final scenario and actually winning with the worst time in the game! Absolutely out of his mind. Absolutely top tier gamer maneuver, locked in Scorch, waited around the corner, waited for Ven to push up, knows Ven's gonna be aggressive, and punishes him for it. Ven stuck around too long in the fire. He needed to play more passively and play away from Scorch, but Scorch actually can lock down that middle area. Well, wow, LSD. He found the room with Scorch, and now there's definitely a lot of momentum on his side. You gotta be feeling good about that one for sure. And then I'll use the rearm. Monarch Mirror might potentially be the last mirror match we have of this tournament. However, right now LSD is losing. He decides to all in towards Ven. Rockets exchange. Chain gun fire also being used. Nano using a lot of movement and all his dashes. He can't find a second Siphon, meaning LSD is going to have a Siphon advantage in a second. And LSD is treating the LSD is also going to have the core advantage. Great Siphon timing from LSD. LSD has successfully clawed his way back from losing. Veneno's almost doomed. Veneno somehow still isn't doomed. LSD willing to chase him down. LSD gets the rip on Veneno. And LSD is your PS4 1v1 Roulette champion. After winning the game with Scorch, he wins the game right after with Monarch. And that's going to be how that cookie crumbles. LSD with a 3-0 shutout game score. Veneno tried his best, but he just couldn't find it. Regardless, with that, Veneno will take second. LSD take it first. Our third place, of course, being the one and only Frantic Lobster. We had a small tournament this time. But of course, here at TBT, now that we know that we can host on PS4, we'll be looking to host more events in the future. So be sure to join the TBT Discord, as we host tournaments typically monthlies for every platform. So regardless what platform you play on, if you play on Xbox, we got a tournament for you coming up. You play on PS4, we got a tournament coming up. You play on PC, we got tournaments coming up. Looking at the month of June, we specifically have the following events coming up. We're going to do something for the pilot players. We've been hosting LTS all year, so now we're going to start hosting CTF tournaments. We have one coming up for Xbox, I believe, next week, and then 2 weeks from that, we have a PC CTF tournament, 5v5 format for both. But also, of course, we also host special events, like last week. Saturday, we had our first ever Titanfall 2 exhibition featuring Corrupt in a Kumite-style event. And that event has gained a lot of traction, so more than likely we're going to host more. So stay tuned for that, right? We're planning stuff in for the future. So just a reminder, everybody, of course, TBT Discord, if you're not in there, ask somebody, get in there. All right, that is where we will host tournament. Occasionally, some people are generous, and who knows, maybe there'll be some prize money on the line. A little bit of incentive for you. But regardless, that is going to conclude our first ever PS4 tournament of the year. LSD will take it home for himself, winning both Xbox and PS4. Phenomenal showing from him. Veneno will take second, and third place again will be Frantic Lobster. But of course, stay tuned for, not really stay tuned, but be in TBT, stay tuned in there for when we eventually announce July's lineup of events. This will officially include all of the 1v1 LTS Roulette style events, and more than likely we're going to shift towards either a 2v2, maybe 3v3. More than likely 3s will be next. We'll make an announcement as time goes on towards the end of the month on what we'll be doing next for all the platforms. But regardless, that's going to be the end of this broadcast. My name is Lethal Force. I should also, oh yeah, before I forget, actually, this VOD will go up on my YouTube channel, so don't worry. We will archive all of the tournaments coming up. Now that that's said and that's done, my name's Lethal Force. I've been your commentator for the last however long, and I will continue to be doing this for the rest of the month. Or rest of the month, excuse me. Probably until forever, I don't know. But anyways, thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying some hype Titanfall 2 action. We're going to come back, I believe, next week with CTF, and we're going to see if we can get that going. As for now, enjoy yourself. Have a pleasant afternoon, everybody, and I will see you next time.